much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here, and welcome to the Cleantech for Europe Annual Summit 2023. And it's lovely to see so many people here. Last year, of course, we were virtual for very obvious reasons. My name's Jennifer Baker. I'm going to be your MC today, guiding you through a quite packed agenda. We have plenary discussions, we will have signings, announcements, and lots of interesting comments. So I do hope you'll all be able to join in that. Hello and welcome as well to those of you joining online. I hope you'll be able to take part as well. We encourage you to use the hashtag Cleantech4Europe and also to follow the account at Cleantech4EU. Now, the EU is facing, as we all know, a dual crisis at the moment in terms of the climate crisis and the energy crisis. Things have happened in the last year, not least the war in Ukraine, that have put an increased strain on resources and on the future of Europe. So we may be leading the world in terms of clean tech, but there is more to be done to reap the potential benefits and to scale up and really drive the agenda. We need to look at what we're doing in terms of decarbonising industry. We've got renewable hydrogen, even things like low carbon cement will all make a difference and contribute to making a better future. We're seeing increased competition from the US. We follow the headlines, we've seen the IRA, we know what's going to be discussed there in the coming weeks and months. So today is a chance for those of you who are experts in clean tech to really put your thinking caps on and put your heads together and come up with ways that we can make this scale up and really deliver for Europe. I'm going to hand over now to tell you a bit more about that and to introduce the summit more formally to Jules Besnaino, who is the Executive Director of Cleantech for Europe.
Thank you, Jen. All right. I love the excitement. Just can't get enough of it. Hello, everyone, and welcome. We are delighted to have you all with us. This is the third Cleantech for Europe Summit, but the first in person, and I have to say the energy is just, it's there. So I'm Jules Besnaino, I'm the Executive Director of Cleantech for Europe. We've been building this initiative now for more than 2 years. The whole idea is to bridge the gap between the cleantech and the policy communities, and I think today we can say that we've started to bridge this gap looking at this room. So obviously we're gathering following a really hard year for Europe. I think we can all recognize that. War is back on our continent with untold suffering and loss of life. As a result, it's also caused an increased and a deepening energy crisis, both for citizens and for industries. And obviously we're seeing more and more of the effects of climate change come in Europe as well. But we're also gathering at a time when cleantech has risen to the top of the political agenda. One, as a solution to this dual climate and energy crisis, but two, also as the next industrial race. And that's going to be true for the next decade, and the continent that succeeds at scaling clean technologies will reap enormous benefits in terms of prosperity, but also high-quality jobs. And only last week, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen delivered a really critical speech in Davos, where she outlined the EU's response to increase global cleantech competitiveness. And today we are deeply honored to have European Commission Executive Vice President Margarita Vestager with us to tell us a bit more about this plan and about what it means for the cleantech community. So our mantra has always been, we need to get the community of investors, innovators, scale-ups that are really kind of on the ground trying to scale these technologies, and the policymakers who are setting the framework for all of this to scale. And so today you will take part in and hear from these two communities, but we've also designed things that are a little bit different from your typical Brussels event. We're doing a collaborative exercise from 10:20 to 12, where MEPs, members of the European Parliament, have graciously accepted to team up with cleantech investors and cleantech scale-ups to try to define roadmaps in a few critical sectors. It may be a bit bumpy, so bear with us, but this is the hard work of getting two communities together. We've built this summit really as a high-level interactive event, both in the room with incredible expertise and online kind of live stream to the whole of the EU. So don't hesitate to interact. There's almost as much expertise in the room as on stage. Please don't hesitate to raise your hand and ask questions. But to kick us off, I would like to hand the floor to a person without whom this summit could not have taken place. Speaking, of course, of Anne Mettler, who's the Vice President of Europe for Breakthrough Energy. Anne and her team have been supporting this summit and the Cleantech for Europe initiative since day one, almost more than 2 years ago now. Anne, of course, is a former Director General at the European Commission, so she knows the policy world inside out. But she's also a keen technology observer, and she knows that you can't really succeed at one without the other. So Anne, on behalf of the European Cleantech community, first I want to thank you for your drive, for your determination, for your support, but mostly for your vision for the cleantech future that Europe can have. Thanks for being with us today, and welcome.
Well, after such a generous introduction, I can hardly wait to hear what I'm going to say. So thank you, Jules, for those very kind words. Thank you all for being here. It's incredibly gratifying, as Jules just said, after 2 years of doing this online, to see you all here in the room. And just to say that the event itself was completely oversubscribed, so this could have been much bigger. But this is why I hope many can join us online. And for those of you in the room here, count yourself lucky. So we honestly, we could not be coming together at a more critical, and I really believe this, more opportune time. Yes, it was already said, war is raging, climate change is intensifying, and industry is shuddering. And I won't, of course, deny that these are very real, very serious challenges. But for the first time, for as long as I can remember, and I've been around for some time, for as long as I can remember, there is a real sense of urgency to accelerate the energy transition, knowing that it is the best and frankly also the only way to tackle all of the challenges that I just mentioned. Many of you have previously heard me call for what I like to describe as a race to the top, a race to the top. And if we get things right, we and others might finally be on that trajectory, that race to the top. And as our very special guest today knows fully well, and she was already introduced, the Executive Vice President Vestager, healthy competition is a key driver for excellence, for innovation and productivity, and for said race to the top. And for those of you who follow me on LinkedIn, you know that I'm just back from the World Economic Forum in Davos, where President von der Leyen delivered what I thought was a truly seminal speech in which she made Europe's unwavering commitment to Ukraine crystal clear, but for the purposes of today's event, probably more important, she announced the Net Zero Industry Act. And I cannot describe how heartening, and I will also confess, vindicating it was to hear her mention Cleantech some 22 times in that speech. But even better, she clearly laid out what many of us in the Cleantech community have been calling for a long time. We need targeted, simple, impactful measures that spur investment, that spur innovation, and that spur the scaling and commercialization of clean technologies. I heard the promise loud and clear when President von der Leyen said that she believes, and I quote, that the story of the cleantech economy will be written in Europe. The story of the cleantech economy will be written in Europe. But in order to look to the future, please allow me to look back, because that is the only way that we avoid a repeat of what many of us have witnessed in the solar industry, and now very unfortunately also in the wind industry, where Europe invested in the R&D, we developed the innovations, we even created the sizable companies, but let others, and one country in particular, reap the ultimate economic rewards. If you look at solar, an entire industry painstakingly built up from scratch right here in Europe, wiped out in less than 15 years. We simply cannot afford for that to happen again, because this time it's not just one sector or one technology that's at stake. It's all of European industry, especially the energy-intensive parts, that now really urgently need a clean technology upgrade, fast and decisive. And that's why I really urge us to really fast forward here today. Where do we really want to be in 5 or 10 years from today? And how do we then reverse engineer to get there? What is the correct response to the IRA if what we're really interested in, and I hope we are, is spurring investment right here in Europe, innovation, making the most out of the single market, scaling companies that develop emerging clean technologies, but also ensuring that our industrial backbone doesn't get broken in this multitude of crises, or as my previous boss used to say, the polycrisis. And this is perhaps now the perfect segue to turn to today's guest of honor, who is known for tough action and bold policy moves. She is someone who gets things done, and I've had a front row seat for 5 years when I had the privilege of being in the European Commission with her. She gets things done from the beginning to the end. A committed European who has always stood side by side with young, disruptive, and innovative companies, who I saw celebrated like a rock star at the Web Summit in Portugal. And that's saying something for an EU policymaker, trust me. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a distinct pleasure and honor to welcome Margarita Vestager, Executive Vice President of the European Commission, to deliver the keynote address at this Cleantech for Europe Summit. Executive Vice President, thank you so much for being with us. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for that very generous introduction, and good morning. President von der Leyen regrets that she's not able to attend, and she asked me to speak in her place. And I am delighted to do so. Now, with the green and digital transition well underway, we are basically in the biggest shift that the world has seen in the last 150 years. So this we're in cannot be overestimated. The fact that this massive economic change also overlap with acute crisis. The crisis of the pandemic, the energy crisis, and obviously the fact that there is war on our very continent. That only raises stakes even further. And with every passing season, the effects of climate change becomes more and more visible, more and more felt, more and more destructive. It's impacting our daily lives here. It's impacting lives all over the planet. Of course, with all of this going on, it's easy to be distracted or lose one's sense of direction because we're in crisis mode. But we cannot afford to do that. We need to do what we planned and then more in order to move things forward in the right direction. And the right direction is clear. It is to transition the European economy to net zero within just 3 decades. We want to build on what has been the European recipe for success that has created prosperity at the European continent for decade after decade after decade. And that is to keep Europe, to develop Europe, to maintain what is critical. It's a very attractive place to live, to work, to innovate, to scale up, to produce. And we want to use a wide range of new technologies in all sectors of the economy, because this is what is happening right now. It is from agriculture to transport to construction to manufacturing to energy. It is basically everywhere. Obviously, this is a big challenge. But it's also a big opportunity. the International Energy Agency has estimated that the market for mass manufactured clean technology will be worth, give or take, 650 billion just by 2030. There are at least 3 good reasons to think that the European Union is well placed to capture a significant part of this market. To begin with, our European Green Deal creates the right regulatory signals. Businesses in Europe understand what is the path that they're on, what is the transition they have in front of them. In other words, we have paved the way in our European democracy for a predictable and stable path to allow the private sector to plan investments over both the medium and obviously the long term. And this gives European businesses the opportunity to grow and to leverage the first mover advantage in the green economy. Add to that the unprecedented investment push that we made under the Next Generation EU plan. 800 billion euros in green and digital transition funds. The pace of events lately, it has been very fast. And I think it's easy to think of Next Generation EU as yesterday's news. Oh, so last year. But the thing is that these investments will only start paying the dividends in the years to come. Actually, I think that only 100 billion is actually paid out. So funds are starting to roll into the economy in green projects, in digital projects, in scaling up the entire European population, which is needed. I'll come back to that. So it's a very good timing to sustain a positive and green impact on the recovery. It's good news that other major economies are stepping up their efforts too. Japan, the United Kingdom, the US, Canada, they have all put forward plans as how to support investment in clean tech. I see that not only as a win for the environment, for the planet, for our livelihoods here, but also for EU-based innovators to enjoy the first mover advantage in many sectors of the clean economy. Finally, our Green Deal Industrial Plan. This is a plan that has the purpose of making Europe home for clean tech and industrial innovation as we continue to transition to net zero. The Green Deal Industrial Plan is built on 4 pillars: regulation, finance, skills, and trade. On regulatory environment, the focus is to reduce friction so that we can accelerate what is that we're doing, and especially in sectors that are absolutely crucial for net zero. We will propose a new act, it's called Net Zero Industry Act, to simplify, to fast-track permitting for new clean tech production sites. We also need to secure a proper functioning of the clean tech single market and to reduce burdens. Untapped potential of the single market can bring much more long-term benefit than any public funding. On the funding side, we want to ensure that public support can flow where it's necessary, where it's proportionate, and where it can crowd in large amounts of necessary private investment. There doesn't exist the private funding that can make this happen. That doesn't say that there will not be public funding. It's just to say that if one would rely on that, this would not be a clean tech business opportunity for Europe. It would be something quite different. And on that note, a lot of focus right now is on the state aid rules. I hope that you will acknowledge that a lot has been done in the past years. All relevant state aid rules, they have been assessed, they have been updated in order for the state aid rules to support what we're in, the transition to net zero. But more may be needed in sectors that are strategic for the green transition and that are both impacted by high energy prices, volatile, unpredictable energy prices, and by a large amount of subsidies in third countries. And that is why we are working on simplifying our rules and speeding up the use of those rules. We have red lines too. One is that we will not sacrifice the single market, because as just said, this well-functioning single market is part of the engine that will make this happen. And second, our long-term competitiveness is not built on subsidies. Competitiveness is built on business ingenuity, on innovation, on skills, on trade. And last but not least, of course, there are taxpayers to think of too. That when you transfer funds from taxpayers to shareholders, it should be temporary, and they should benefit from it. And the obvious benefit here is fighting climate change. Avoiding fragmentation, avoiding that we let go of the potential of the single market, well, that may also mean more European funding, which is why we will be proposing a European sovereignty fund later this year, but also try to combine that with nearer-term solutions to bridge the funding gap. You know Europe just as well as I do. Proposing a EU sovereignty fund doesn't mean that it pays out the next day, which is why we're thinking about how to bridge it, how to make sure that we get there with sufficient funding. Finally, the completion of the Capital Market Union will help channeling private capital where it's needed. Because, as I said again, we need the private investment, but we also need a capital market that supports that private investment and the variety of investment forms. This takes me to skills. In a way, probably skills has always been the true strength of Europe's competitive advantage when it comes to innovation. It's something we must not only safeguard, but develop. So what we want to do in the 2023 European Year of Skills is to not only have a peak of interest, but to increase our efforts for upskilling, for reskilling. Most companies would say that one of the most annoying barriers to scale is to get the right people. People who knows what they do, people are there when you need them. So this is high priority. And the final pillar on our Green Deal industrial plan is open and fair trade. Our union is powerful, but it's not an island. And we have to accept what I think is an obvious truth. In many cases, partnerships with trusted, like-minded countries are more feasible, and because of that, more secure than any attempt to onshore entire supply chains for next-generation technologies. And this is why we're working very hard to conclude agreements with Australia, with New Zealand, with other obvious partners in what we want to do. And this is also why we strengthen the relationship and the dialogue with the United States in the framework of the Trade and Technology Council. And that, of course, is to say that strengthening relationships is not to be blind to the flip side. Because there is a flip side of open and fair trade, which is when third countries are not fair. And if that is the case, obviously we need to act decisively. When China gives subsidies to companies active in our single market, that amounts to an unfair advantage. Our new foreign subsidies regulation is designed to address this, and we will not hesitate to open investigations if we consider that markets are being distorted in these ways. And when I say that we want to strengthen the relationship with the United States within the framework of our Trade and Technology Council, is also to say that we will not let the Inflation Reduction Act destroy this relationship. The good news of the Inflation Reduction Act is, of course, that the US have in full speed entered the fight against climate change. This is a good thing, full stop. The fact that we find that it contains some questionable provisions and the risk of diluting our shared sense of purpose when it comes to tackling climate change is something we'll need to respond to. And the response will be firm, but of course remain proportionate. Because we live in a world where we want partners. This is what enables European businesses to scale around the planet. And this also means that we would not go down the slippery slope of using procurement as a competitiveness lever. And we cannot forget that in order to speed up clean tech and climate neutrality, the European Union and the US, we should continue to work together. Because in the end, the single most efficient thing that we can do to support clean tech, that is to do the fundamentals of good governance and to do them well. Clean tech is a new sector. It's hardly really defined yet. It's under rapid development. But the basic role of government has not changed: to protect fair competition, to uphold the rule of law, and support a healthy, well-regulated business environment. As I hear it, and as everyone, I talk with a lot of people, this is core for the success of the private sector. This is core for being able to scale a business. And this is what we should do. For the development of clean tech, obviously, because this is a core sector of European competitiveness, but also for the long-term competitiveness of the entire European Union, and because of that, also of the single market. And this is where we want to go. Thank you very much.
Well, another rock star response there, I think, as always. And following the Vice President is always a tough act, but I think Jules will give it a good go. The Commissioner really set the scene there in terms of talking about how an industry reliant totally on subsidies isn't really a thriving one. So it set it up very nicely for Jules to tell us about the current investment trends. And I would also remind those who are on our next panel, use this time to go and get mic'd up, because we're looking forward to hearing from you as well. But Jules.
Thank you. All right. I'll try to be very quick because we now need to move on to our opening panel. I wanted to just come back on your comment of protecting fair competition, which I think is extremely important in the current context. I just want to say, for this, there's the protection of fair competition across the EU, and I think for this room there's another dimension that is incredibly important, which is the protection of the competition between the big guys and the small guys, right? This room is a lot of smaller actors that are scaling up, that are trying to get up that scale-up chain. But it's very, very hard for them to compete with the large industrials in Europe, be that in terms of state aid, but also in terms of markets and funding and regulation, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you so much for setting this political context. And so very quickly, I wanted to set the Cleantech context. I don't know if you know, but every quarter we publish this quarterly investment briefing that tries to level set the understanding for everyone in Europe about the levels of investment in clean technologies. And we just published, it's now available on our site, the 2022 numbers, so you can go have a look at that. But I'll take you through just the key findings really quickly. So President von der Leyen last week said that Cleantech doubled its investment value between 2020 and 2021 in the EU, echoing a statement we had made last year with these investment numbers. That's absolutely true. I have to report today, unfortunately, that 2022 broke this trend, that we now decreased our total venture capital investment in Cleantech in the EU, totaling more than 10 billion euros last year. I do want to say that this is quite resilient. This is still high investment levels and the second ever year on record for the EU, but still a decrease. Though to put that in perspective, if we compare that to the US and to China, it was a lower decrease overall, which means the EU has increased its share of global clean tech venture capital last year. So this share is a bit smaller. There you go. The pie is smaller. So what were some of the key deals in Europe last year? And I want to mention a few names here. H2 Green Steel raised a 4.5 billion euro debt round to finance its first large-scale production of green steel. This is really extraordinary. It's the first time that a green steel plant will rise up to produce in Europe. Sunfire closed a 200 million euro Series D round to ramp up its production of electrolyzers. The World Fund, which is a leading climate fund in Europe, raised 50 million euros from the EIF's largest ticket ever in an impact fund. Volta Trucks raised 290 million euros to start the production of its electric trucks. Vercor, which is a French gigafactory company, raised 250 million euros to start its demo production line. And Skeleton Technologies, which is based in Estonia and is a leader in supercapacitors, closed more than 100 million euros also to scale up production. The scale of these deals shows that the next generation of EU industry is ready to take center stage. They have another thing in common, this group, is that they are all in this room and that we will hear from them later today. But going back to our investment numbers really quickly, I just wanted to say, how do we unpack the 10.6 billion? I'll start with the good news. This is early stage funding. We doubled seed funding in Europe last year, so the very early stage of innovation is doing extremely well. Same for Series A, Series B, early commercialization. We have the supply of innovation, and we have the financiers to take these companies from early stage to early commercialization. And now, obviously, to the bad news, which you've heard me say a number of times, unfortunately, the one thing that we are still missing is growth equity, and it's scale-up finance. And the only category that decreased last year is scale-up finance. We really need to bridge that gap. We now need to find the private funding, the public funding, the crowding in, as you put it, Executive Vice President, to really close this gap, because this is where the competition will take place with the US, for instance. This is the stage at which a lot of technologies are considering moving to the US when they've reached that kind of scale-up phase and they can't find capital in the EU anymore. And so this is really where we need to focus our efforts today. Again, to place this in perspective, I wanted to show the EU member state investment levels per capita, and tell you that only 2 member states today reached the US level of per capita investment into clean tech. Croatia had a fantastic year thanks to an electric vehicle company that raised a lot of money, and Sweden thanks to a concentration of scale-ups. But Germany, for instance, only had 1/3 of the per capita investment that the US does. Same for France and a number of other member states. So this is our common challenge for all of us in this room. It's how do we take the world's most promising innovation ecosystem and turn it into a scale-up powerhouse. So today is our opportunity to go deeper and to start this collaboration that we need to succeed. So thank you everyone for being here. And I'll let our magnificent host, Jennifer, introduce our opening panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Jules. And I should say, let's not be too downhearted, because a struggling scale-up doesn't mean that there can't be change. It means that there's more to achieve. It means that there might be some more low-hanging fruit out there. And it's not just in the clean tech sector. We hear this in all technology sectors across Europe. And of course, doing that for technologies, investing in technologies, is something we want to see from an economic perspective, but this is about the planet, it's about humanity, so there is a huge opportunity to persuade people to invest, and we're going to hear more about that, as you said, Jules, throughout today, by hearing from some of those fantastic companies that have done just that. Our next panel is going to try and answer some bigger questions. We're going to hear about how we can come together from a policy perspective and really deliver on the opportunities. We're going to ask about how we can have a brighter future by 2030. We're putting a timestamp on it on this panel as well. And to guide us through that, I don't envy her, that's quite a tricky job. Our moderator is Alice Hancock, who covers climate and energy policies for the Financial Times. Alice, please join me on stage, and we're going to hear from, as well, members of the European Parliament on this, as well as energy, clean tech industry representatives. So please, Alice, thank you.
Well, sorry, just a very quick question. Sorry. How much time have we got this panel? You have? 30, 35 minutes. Yeah. That's probably the answer I expected. Great, well, thank you all for being here. I mean, it's such a topical debate on this. I mean, it's, as we've heard all of our speakers saying so far, the sense of urgency now is huge. I only started covering this area about 8 months ago, but even in that time, the ramp up has just been enormous. So I'm really delighted that I've got a very eminent panel joining me, who I hope will do much more talking than I will on this topic. Just as a point of introduction, I kind of wanted to say, you know, this really is the new industrial race. I mean, all we're talking about in our newsroom is writing about this, writing about the state aid rules, writing about the EU's response. And I think, obviously, we heard the Commissioner saying that the Commission has paved what she's calling a predictable path into that investment environment in Europe. But it'd be really great to hear, I hope, that the people from business and from the European Parliament now today to see if that is the case and if we can rove into how we deliver on that clean transition that we're all hoping to see. So to join me, I think we've got Henrik Henriksson from H2 Green Steel, which is, as we've heard, making waves, showing us how steel can be created with, as I understand, 95% fewer emissions from CO2, which I think is very impressive. Vatia Cohen, who's co-founder of Enapter, which has developed some easy-to-use electrolyzers to help deliver on the production of green hydrogen, I assume. That's one. Carlos Monreal from Plastic Energy, which is patented technology converting plastic waste into an energy feedstock. Lydia Pereira, who is co-chair of the Parliament's Cleantech Friendship Group and is just here in the front. And I believe Mohammed Shaheen will be joining us a little later. He's on the Parliament's Environment Committee and will be with us very soon. So thank you so much for all being here. Do you want me to sit? Oh. I can now sit down. Excellent. So to kick off, I mean, I wanted to sort of interrogate a bit of what we've heard so far, and obviously what we heard the Commission President talking about in Davos, I think. Anne picked out the key quote, you know, the clean tech story will be written in Europe. What do you guys make of that? Can the clean tech story be written in Europe as we know it at the moment? Henrik, maybe we should start with you.
Yeah, I think that what I took with me is that that we are needed in this room, and I think that it's great that we come together between the policymakers, the investors, and also the tech industry. But I think we need to focus on not only the good things we have done, but also things that we can do better. So going forward, I think that the IRA that came in, I appreciate that. That is a wake-up call. I think the first thing we should do is not panic, and I've been there myself a couple of times the last couple of months. It's not ready. There's a lot of work still needs to be done. But let's use this time now to get together. We have the framework in place. I think the challenge is that from the time that we have decided to do something, communicated until it actually, we feel it in our pocket or we feel it in our business plan, takes too long. So how do we cut that time? I think that's one thing that I reflect on that came up today. I think the example of the 800 billion and 100 is allocated. Yeah, that's good. But why not half already? And why not? I think that there need to be a better speed and simplicity in the framework. And maybe a little bit less blame game between the different institutions in Brussels as well. Work together. I think another thing that is important for us as a smaller company is a level play field. And I think it was mentioned also by the EVP Vestager. I mean, it's important that the small companies are challenging the incumbents. So we need to have a technology-neutral legislation and we need to have a framework. But that also goes for all the investors in here and all the institutions that are supporting us when it comes to the different kinds of capital. There is a tendency that money still ends up with incumbents. And there needs to be an improvement in that. So a level play field between big and small. But maybe the most important one, and I'll take the opportunity to take that right away, is that as part of this panic that we see now when it comes to IRA, is that we are messing up the single market, and really makes me angry. Because that's the fundament of the whole European community. And when each individual country now is starting to support their industry with their own programs, we are messing up the system. And just because I come from a smaller country, Sweden, doesn't mean that I am Swedish. I'm European, and I'm running a European company, and I'm not being treated like that. So that needs to stop.
Margarita, messing up the single market. Strong words. Can you sort of follow that by telling us a bit more sort of what it's like on the ground, how challenging it is for companies in Europe at the moment, and what you're seeing at Enapter?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe just also to answer on the question of, do we have what it takes, right? And I do believe we have what it takes, right? We have the technology leadership. That's what we've been building upon for the last, at least for us, for the last 5 years, right? We're an electrolyzer manufacturer. We've been developing the AEM. It requires no scarce materials, so that's already a huge check. And then also we're getting involved on the recycling of our electrolyzers. So we're already thinking ahead, what does this need to look like? So we've already been setting the foundation stones for the industry here to be in Europe. However, as we've been hearing, simplicity is really what's required right now. This is an opportunity for us to get inspired of the IRA, which has created simple regulations and also just have created a hydrogen market, a green, renewable hydrogen market. So all of the items are there for us to be inspired of what do we need to do. And so I have confidence that we can do it here. We have factories actually that are ready to go up online, right? There are a few things that are still required, like what is the definition of renewable hydrogen, and then the factories will be at full capacity. Simple things. So when you ask, how does it feel like to be on the ground, where, well, we are facing slowdowns, actually. We're facing slowdowns in terms of, well, there's an implementation gap of the renewable capacity that is available here in Europe. We have ambitious targets, right? Twice as much solar and wind renewable capacity installed by 2025, 3 times more by 2030. But again, these are ambitious targets, right? Same ambition in terms of green hydrogen targets, but in practice, actually, the lead time for renewable energy and renewable electricity integration is longer than the lead time for an electrolyzer. So our project developers, our customers, they're facing actual huge challenges, right? They're just basically waiting. Their projects are not also being financed because they're waiting for their financial investment decisions. And again, this relies on this definition of renewable hydrogen. On also, in terms of who's taking the responsibility, right? Our project developers are taking the responsibility to install this renewable energy, renewable electricity capacity, but is it really the project developer's responsibility? Shouldn't it be the member state that is responsible for providing the dedicated renewable energy targets for renewable hydrogen production? Again, on this topic of simplicity, the support schemes just for renewable hydrogen are also extremely hard to navigate. We would need at least 4 people full-time on our team to understand, okay, what exists, right? And what are the funding possibilities, right? European Investment Bank, Fund, Council, there's so many of them, Horizon, and it's the same with these support schemes, Horizon Strategy and all these targets, right? The Fit for 55 package, the Repower EU, great initiatives, but we need, in my opinion, and in our opinion at Enapter, we need Europe to have much more pragmatism, much more boldness, and not just ambition.
Thank you. I mean, Carlos, does this speak to what you're seeing as well? Just wonder if this speaks to what you're seeing as well, because it's good to get this sort of practical view of what it's like to operate in that environment.
Yeah, I think what I would like is to really wish to all the new industries and the new regulations that we are going to try to put in place for the energy transition in Europe to be able to go much faster than what has been happening, for example, in the recycling industry of plastics. A few years ago, only by experience, we just focus in trying to give a life to more than 20 million tons of plastics that they are being incinerated currently, producing huge quantities of CO2 emissions. And they have developed an industry, created a huge demand. And however, in the other hand, we are still now 4 or 5 years later, just waiting for the regulations to be able to consider what we do in recycling of those type of plastics being considered recycling. And that is something that really is, the demand is there, the opportunity is there, and that is something that why it's taking us so long just to try to put boundaries to new technologies that they are doing better, that can reduce CO2 emissions, and however we continue just talking in circles and about is this being good or is this being considered recycling, or how do we establish new norms? And this is something that we really have to wake up. I really believe I wish really Europe is running through an energy challenge, and we will not be able to deliver it. We cannot continue thinking every single time that we have a new technology that we are going to establish the framework 10 or 20 years later. It's too easy to promise what we are going to be doing in 10 years' time. We have to act now, and there are many different examples. And I said, in our company, for example, created a huge market demand, even asking or having the regulators establishing to incorporate recycled plastic content within packaging that cannot be done without new technologies. And however, we put the basis for brand owners to have to use recycled plastic content, and in the other hand, we do not allow technologies to be able to follow and to be able to deliver what the demand is requesting. So to me, my mainly message is let's really act, let's make decisions, and let's move fast, and let's not only do the easy part, which is to say to establish targets 10 years from now. We need it today.
Lydia, I mean, you can hear some of the frustration and need for urgency in the responses we've had there. What is the feeling on policymakers, and how can you really materially accelerate to help to ease the regulatory landscape?
Well, I think one of the most important things is to show commitment, and that's exactly what the Cleantech Friendship Group in the European Parliament, which is led by me and Mohammed Shaim, is trying to bring, is the commitment to this agenda, because Cleantech is the future. So we have to, as political leaders, we have to be, we have to have a vision, and that vision is together with the industry, together with the policymakers, together with all the agents of our society. Because I've been saying this since I was during the campaign in 2019 for the European elections. We can only win this fight, the fight against climate change, if we are all on board. And for that, I want to take the opportunity to reassure that we totally share the same ambition, the same commitment towards the clean tech industry, and to reassure you that you have people to call, you have people to send an email to, you have people to raise awareness to, because I think there is this sense of priority. And as we rightly heard today and in the past few days with the statement by the President of the European Commission of her commitment or the Commission's commitment today with Executive Vice President, I think we can be more confident that Europe can really take the lead. But for that, obviously, we have to overcome a set of administrative hurdles sometimes that the industry faces when dealing with this new framework. But in any case, I think the main message I wanted to convey is that we can keep working together. We can champion clean tech, but we have to be, thoughtful about the challenges we have or the difficulties we have, and try to mitigate them in order to be able to, as Carlos was saying, to meet the objectives. Because we know that the objective for 2050 being carbon neutral, it is ambitious, but we can only do it with the clean technologies. And for that, I think we have to take a leap forward. And from the policy making, there is a strong commitment to this agenda. And I'm very optimistic because time is, the clock is ticking. There's no time to waste, and we can only do it with you, with the industry. So knock at our doors. We are more than happy to deliver on this agenda, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to, together with Mohammed, to lead. And speaking about the devil, he's just joined us. It is a privilege to actually champion this agenda inside the European Parliament, and I'm very happy to do it, in particular with my colleague Mohammed. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mohammed. Hello, how are you? I'm good.
I fully agree.
That's the right answer. Just to put you on the spot then, is this in response to the US Inflation Reduction Act, which we've been talking a lot about this morning, and state aid loosening and subsidies, is it too little too late? I mean, we've seen Beijing throwing subsidies into their clean tech industries for years, as Commissioner pointed out. Is the European response enough now?
I mean, if that's the conclusion, then basically we're giving up. And I don't think that's the right attitude that we should have in this room, at least. And I think also outside the room, to make sure that we, this global race of decarbonization has started. And to act as if we were not playing the game is, I think, not giving enough efforts to the Commissioner, to the Parliament, to the Council, to many member states, and many clean tech companies that are doing their efforts to make sure that these technologies are, let's say, cost effective and are, let's say, ready to be deployed. And the IRA sounds good. And if you look at it from, we have to see first how it will end up. Because, I mean, it's a nice PR campaign, but it's not that far if you compare it to where we are. For me, it's about inspiration. What they're doing is quite interesting. They're answering some of the questions that we've been asking them to answer for quite a long time. Is it too late? I don't think so. I think we are in the right direction and we need to have a level playing field, but we should also not panic. We need to assess where we stand, what type of, the access to funding is very important. I think we can get inspired by the Americans. And at the end of the day, for me, this race is twofold. Not only to make sure that these companies thrive and have the right, let's say, circumstances under which they can deploy the technology, but at the end of the day, it's also to make sure that these technologies become accessible to many other regions in the world. This is something we forget. At the end of the day, this decarbonization race is a race we win if everyone finishes. And this is something we should keep in mind. And then one comment, and I was a bit too late because we were negotiating the resolution in my political group that will be voted next week on basically, let's say, the response of the EU towards the IRA. But one element is very important. Subsidies, as Madam Vestager said, competition is not built on subsidies. And if industry only is holding their hand and saying we need more money, we need more funds, so sorry, that's totally not the right attitude to win this race. And of course, the funds are there, and we need to look at accessibility, but yelling state aid and state aid is the only way to make sure that we win. Sorry, this is not something we should copy. For me, it's about the right mentality, to making sure that these startups become scale-ups, that these scale-ups become the next new multinationals. And I hope in, let's say, 1 decade, we sit together again, and then we notice that, okay, this is one of the biggest companies that's competing in the world, and we've made sure that today we started to enable that. I think that's the right mentality that we should have. How can we improve accessibility to funds? How can we maybe ease some of the legislation? And yes, for some of the big infrastructure projects, making sure I think governments should take their responsibility there. Maybe when it comes to investing, maybe we should not only look at it from a subsidy perspective, but also as governments become co-investors. I mean, this is not something that we used to do, I think, in the EU, and I think this is something we should reassess. That takes away a lot of the risks if we take that position. But to answer your question, no, we're not too late. And if that's something that we have in our mind that we're too late, then basically we're giving up, and this is not something that's good for the EU and not good for industry that want to grow within the EU.
It'd be good to hear from our business leaders on that. I mean, what material steps do you feel the EU now needs to take? Is it just about accessibility, as Mohammed has been saying, or not just? But is there a need for more subsidies, and how far does that extend? And Faita, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'm like shaking my head, like, yes. I think there are 2 things here to point out. I mean, if we just, inspired by what Anne was saying, reverse engineer what the IRA did and what actually we need to have, right? We need simplicity addressed, but also if we look at for renewable hydrogen, they created the market and they also supported the production of renewable hydrogen. So here, in response to, I have two practical suggestions. In response to the funding, I think there are indeed the funds that are available, and we need to make them easy to access. We need to standardize the funding requirements and also the application procedures. Again, more on the topic of standardization, but simplicity. But also there is a hydrogen bank, right? And so when we think about the EU, we think about leading in clean tech. Isn't a great proof of leading in clean tech having a renewable hydrogen bank? Why develop a supply chain of stranded assets? Why go into lower carbon when we know that the competitive market is in renewable hydrogen? So I think here that is already one very practical thing. It's an opportunity, right, for the EU to launch a renewable hydrogen bank, because we can only spend euros once. €1 is only invested once. And so every cent should be catered towards benefiting clean tech and the players that are delivering on this market promise. That's on the funding part. On the second part, I think, again, topic of renewable hydrogen, the EU should use its technology leadership and its plans for renewable hydrogen imports to set global standards for renewable hydrogen. That's something that hasn't been done. That is something that will need to be done. And so when we look at how much CO2 is emitted across the whole value chain of renewable hydrogen, this is what we need to look into, and this is the kind of leadership that the European Union can have in terms of setting a global standard.
Carlos, I know you were nodding along some of that. And
yeah, I've been an entrepreneur for 35 years, developing new technologies, and I think the founding, we will always have to go through the same cycles. Doesn't matter. We will have to first start with family and friends, and in our case, they're trying to raise capital. There's more than 250 million euros to develop a solution. And that is something that you are not going to be able to get from any banks or from any type of investors. You are going to have to find it yourself, and you are going to have to really take the risk. And that is something that is normal. Then you can demonstrate, if you succeed, you can demonstrate that what you are doing is something good. But then later on, you really need to have, you are taking, in our case, 250 million euros plus just to demonstrate the solution. And then waiting for the regulations to be put in place to be able to scale up. If the regulations will be put in place and will be clear, then capital will come if it makes business sense. And that, to me, is only a natural way to move. We can really expect and to have always capital coming over to us, but we are not a university that is going to be financed with subsidies. We are going to have to go through any type of cycle and compete with the Americans, compete with the Asians, and in order to do that, you need to do it yourself, but clearly we need from the regulators the clear policies that allow the capital markets to have the trust that whatever is done disruptive enough is good enough for the industry and there is a business potential for them to make money. Otherwise, if we do not have the regulations, it will not go forward.
And Carlos, have you been attempted at all to look at investing in the US more now you've seen that the IRA is...
In our case, we have a couple of facilities operating since 5 or 6 years. We are using this as a proof of concept, and they build in the different plants in different countries. And right now, raising capital to really move to a huge demand that we don't have the pockets, obviously, to be able to do it. And clearly, right now, what we can see is that raising capital in the USA right now is significantly easier than to raise it within Europe for many different circumstances. Okay, we are also living within special moments in Europe, but it's going to be moving from the starting the company. Okay, fine, that is always easier in the USA than in Europe. But the ones that you get into the point where you want to scale up, like Jules was explaining before, going into a next level, going into the going over becoming an unicorn company, you really need to have capital that can rely in regulations to grow. And in the USA, in our industry, for example, right now, within less than 15 months, they have been able to put together policies that considered our technologies like an industry. And therefore, the applications for permitting to be able to move the progress forward, each done within less than 7 months, compared to within Europe, that can take between 2 years to 3 years.
Really interesting. Henrik, I mean, we were talking earlier about access to the Innovation Fund, and yeah, I was going to make some time for questions at the end of that. So, all right. And you're, of course, looking for your second site, I believe. What sort of practical steps would you like to... Sorry, we were talking earlier about the Innovation Fund, of course, yeah. and you guys looking to expand perhaps in coming years. I wondered what sort of practical steps you would also suggest and where the EU can do more to reach those incredibly stretching targets, which are great, but how do they get there?
I think, first of all, I just want to, considering who's in the room here also, that we sitting here from the clean tech industry, you should see us, especially you who represent the policy side of the room, you should see us as a result of your successful policies. We are a result of the Green Deal. We wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't that framework is put in place, which is brilliant in many aspects. So we have everything in place. Now it's just about execution. So I think we have the trajectory. So I think the main message on that side is hold the line and keep on walking. But of course, in the execution part that I see that is missing, where it takes too long and where we are sort of not working really with a level play field between different countries, that certain countries, they run around doing their own thing, supporting their industry. And also level play field when it comes between big corp and small corp. And one tool to sort of offset that is that in Europe, the ETS system, and especially the free allowances, has been used for many years to support the existing industry to transform. I spent 20 years plus in a company called Scania, one of Europe's largest producers of trucks and buses, the last 6 years as the CEO. I know how much money you can get supported with, and
we all know.
And I know also, however, that it's your own damn responsibility to make sure that you invest in your R&D for the future, and you should be self-sufficient, period. But if I look at how the Innovation Fund, which is a tool to maybe help the smaller companies who have not been able to harvest the free allowances over decades, that should have been used to actually transform the industry, the Innovation Fund is not really helping the smaller companies. And if I just look at the last allocation of funds that was given now during the autumn for green hydrogen and the Cleantech sort of as one part of green hydrogen. I think the 4 biggest allocations went to BP, Shell, RWE, and BASF, if I remember correctly. I mean, come on. I mean, their quarterly result is the same size as the whole innovation fund. So how is that really spurring innovation? And I can tell because I've been sitting on the other side. So
that tells you who's in the building.
Yeah, no, and I think, but there is also good examples. And another example is EIB, European Investment Bank. Lots of competence, lots of knowledge, lots of experts. Who challenged us when it came to the financing on our own competence, on technology, on customers, on business model? It was EIB. They were holding our hands, while the innovation fund is a black box. You send in a letter and then you get a slap in the face 3 months later. So I think there are good examples, and the institutions need to work together. But I think that's 2 examples of execution, and I think that is what's missing, you know. It's execution we want. We have the framework, we have the direction, but let's get things done.
Great.
Can I say something on state aid there? Because, I mean, I have no problem with state aid if it's targeted. Maybe we should have a discussion about targeted state aid when it comes to the technologies that really help us, let's say, achieve our strategic goals in energy or in digitalization, because targeted state aid is not a problem. I think it's common sense that governments should invest in the infrastructure, but for some technologies it's very important to decrease costs. And even if one member state would then let's say, de-risk that technology, we could all benefit. And we've seen these examples in the past. Targeted state aid helped us all. I can give you 2 examples. Thanks to the Germans, we have current, cheap solar technology. That was really good, smart, targeted state aid. Thanks to the Danish and some other countries, maybe I'm from the Netherlands, I can say we've had a small bit in investments in making sure that wind becomes affordable. So that type of state aid, I'm fully in favor. Let's look at these enabling technologies and let's see how we can make sure that they become cheaper and that we maybe also produce them within the EU, whether it's heat pumps, and maybe we can mention, I mean, we've had a discussion on chips. I mean, these technologies that really are needed for our strategic plans, if we can have a discussion around them and then see what it means state aid-wise, I'm very much in favor. But I'm afraid that the current discussion is basically to make sure that we help industries without having a clear goal what their role will be in the future. You know, the discussion that I always had, or the problems that I always had with ETS, is that it became a protection for some of the, let's say, companies. If you look at some of the benchmarks, and especially when it comes to the, let's say, the exact same product, but then not seen as a substitute within the ETS framework, where we basically just protect certain old technologies. I mean, that's not the way I think we should look at these type of instruments. So let's have a focus on, you know, targeted state aid. What helps us and what do we really need? And then I think we can relax a bit maybe the member state differences, because they benefit us all at the end.
Thanks. On that note, I'm very, very conscious on time, and I know the organisers are making eyes, but I know there are a couple of questions in the front that got noted. First, the gentleman here, very briefly, if we can have a quick answer. I think there might be a microphone just there.
All right. Thank you, Alexander. I'm Jochen Wermuth. I'm a climate impact investor, invest my family office, venture fund, and the German Sovereign Wealth Fund's Investment Strategy Committee. A really great panel. Thank you very much. I'd love you to comment on the following idea. It's not mine. It's Al Gore in '93 proposed a carbon tax and dividend, now supported by 28 Nobel Prize winners, 2,000 economists in the US. And the new Republican-led Congress seems to be in favor of a deal that seems like a deal with the devil, but seems like a very good deal, which is to waive the liability of fossil fuel companies, so afraid of getting sued like the tobacco companies, and in return have, for example, 200 euros a ton of CO2 in tax, which would translate to 150 euros per capita payout per EU citizen. So four-person family would have a 600 euro payout. They'll pay for your average CO2 consumption. If you're a pensioner or a small child and you fly short, you may not have short question. Carbon tax and dividend, a market-based approach. Shouldn't we do it quickly? We have a chance to do it. Thank you.
Lydia, I might ask you to comment on that in the more policy realm.
Well, obviously, we are as Anne has been saying, it's an opportunity to raise to the top. And I think that should be the focus when we look at the policy, when we look at the industry and look at the potential. So we really have to prioritize and deliver on that. So I think it is a possibility following up on this matter. But I think we have to be conscious that we can only succeed if we have the administrative, and I want to insist on this because I was listening to Mohammed, and as long as I can agree with him on the target state aid, but I would like to have the market functioning much more freely than we actually have at the moment. And I'm saying this with an example. If we look at, for example, at Tesla, they decreased the price, the cost of production for their electrical vehicles, and because they scaled up the production. So this is how I see it we should move forward, is to try to enable the potential of the market, also with the assistance of the policy making as well. And this is how I see we can move forward.
Great. I'll take this one question from this gentleman here. I'm afraid I have to be the last
thank you so much. My name is Alexander Landi. I'm chairman of the Mobility House. I would like to come back to Carlos' point about regulation. And we are talking about state aid and subsidies, etc. Regulation is very important. Well, our company is a V2G company, vehicle to grid. We are using batteries to stabilize the grid. In Europe, it's impossible because mobile batteries are treated differently than stationary batteries. There is double taxation, etc. Fit for 55, we discussed that with Lydia shortly, has all the provisions needed. 2 years ago, I was expert on that piece of legislation. Is not yet there. In the meantime, one example from the United States, it's not about IRA. Pacific Gas and Electric, the Californian utility, is going to offer B2G tariffs 1st of October 23. While still we are debating and transposition deadline of Fit for 55 will be 2024, etc., they're going to do that. So a question to Lydia and Mohammed, how can we accelerate Fit for 55 and its full implementation in all aspects? Thank you.
Mohammed, do you want to take that one?
Well, I did my share, I can say. I mean, I didn't have a lot of sleep before Christmas. I mean, yeah, I mean, the people working on the files are really doing their best. By the way, very big compliments to the Czech presidency. They really, really worked hard. I mean, and the people were really, I mean, really good. I hope the Swedes can take that as an example, because I really believe that we need to finalize, let's say, the main Fit for 55 legislation before summer. That's something that would be helpful. So maybe you can also address it to the council. In Parliament, we're ready to accelerate. I mean, the biggest issues. We don't walk away from big issues. We finalized CBAM, we finalized ETS, we finalized the Social Climate Fund, we finalized, many other files. There are some others upcoming. Energy Efficiency Directives, I think, very important. So we are there to finalize it. But I mean, it takes two to tango. I'm not the only one that can accelerate, let's say, the trilogues, but we're really doing our best. The Commission is doing the best. I hope the Council will also step up so we can close things before summer so that everything becomes clear for industry, because I think the right framework and clarity and predictability are very important. That's exactly what the Green Deal is given. So, I mean, there's not much I can say there. Maybe Lydia can help, but the problem is really not the Parliament, I can assure you.
Can I just briefly comment? Yeah. No, I agree with Mohammed. The problem is not the Parliament. The problem, and I can put the blame on the Council, as we always like to do it. But it's true that also the national governments have to be more responsive. And yesterday we had a chance to discuss a bit on this. And I think we need political leadership from the national governments. It's not only about up to the European Commission. It comes from bottom up, and we need that political leadership at the council. But this being said, I think one of the elements for the Fit for 55 that will be crucial is the carbon removals framework. And that will be one of the most important pillars or elements to achieve the Fit for 55.
I know there are other questions in the room, but the organisers do need to move on to the next session. So I know our panellists will be around for most of the day to take those questions. Thank you all so much for listening. Thank you to our panellists for giving some excellent insights. And enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm going to ask a couple of you to stay. I'm going to ask my MEPs to stay, please. Mohammed and Lydia, if you could please remain on the stage, because we are going to hear now about this Cleantech friendship group that has been set up in the European Parliament. So I know you both have, but I'm also going to invite onto the stage to tell us a little bit more about why. Okay, we're also going to take a quick photo break. It is quite celebratory today, and I have been following along online about what you've all been saying on Twitter, so please keep that up. I'm going to also invite on stage, we've got a couple of other MEPs in the room, I believe. Peter Wittenhoff and Martin Hojcik are here as well. Could I invite you gentlemen on stage as well? And we will have the Executive Vice President join us for a photo op as well. In the meantime, I'll remind you again to keep sharing on hashtag using Cleantech for Europe online. I know a lot of people have been tweeting about it. They've been sharing the thoughts of Executive Vice President Vestager, as well as I think Henrik's intervention on the last panel was also extremely well received. A lot of people liked his outspoken comments. Executive Vice President, this is not going to be a complete photograph without you. So, and those of you sitting down, perhaps take your phones out, take a selfie, feel free to join in. Great, it's just like the Oscars. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, Mohammed and Lydia, you're going to stay with us. I'm also going to now invite on to tell us a little bit more about the background behind this friendship group. Please join me, Susanna Karp, who is Deputy Executive Director of Cleantech for Europe. I will leave the floor to you to tell everyone a bit more about the different groups, and then I'll come back and explain to everyone how we're going to break out into breakout rooms in just a bit. So, Susanna.
Thank you. Good morning. And what a fantastic start to the summit. Previous speakers commented on the level of energy in the room, and we are actually now moving into the part of the summit that allows us to channel that energy and to really delve into deep topics and join what we've called to be a road mapping session. So I can tell you a little bit about this concept. We have always presented this summit as being a meeting of our coalitions. So it's a meeting of the investor coalition, the innovator companies, and the coalition of European Parliament members that Lydia and Mohammed have convened, and they are the co-chairs of this Cleantech Friendship Group of the Parliament. So the next exercise will see these various coalitions coming together and talking about 5 sectors and actually 8 key clean technologies, which we have grouped on around discussion tables. And I can explain a little bit how this exercise will work, but first I do want to ask Lydia and Mohammed to tell us, and please share with the audience, how did this group come about, and how was it like for you to convene your colleagues, and sort of, you know, what's happened so far, but also what you hope to achieve with it this year.
Okay. Do you want to go first? Because I spoke when you were not here, so I can...
I was not there, so I don't know what you said, but if I'm honest, if I'm really honest...
Can I clarify? Yeah. What I said when you were not in the room is that we are still looking for MEPs for the EPP to industry. So if you want to change groups, because you were speaking so passionately about industry, we are always welcome, Mohammed.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't be embarrassed. It's always a pleasure.
Election year is coming, so. So, if I'm honest, my story about the Cleantech group is that, you know, we in the parliament fight on many things and disagree on many things, especially S&D and EPP. It's like, you know, it's like the brother or the sister that you always fight with, and at the same time, you also need each other, you know? But we didn't fight on Cleantech. Because Cleantech is something I think we all agree how important it is. We can talk about the green transition, the digital transition, but at the end of the day, it's about the innovations, the breakthrough technologies that enable it. And at the end of the day, it is companies like you that help us achieve our goals. So, by the way, I don't disagree that often with Lydia, to be fair. But I think Cleantech is also quite inspiring. When we talk about energy transition, and you talk about taxation and regulation, that's not something that people are excited about. But when you talk to them about, you know, this new technologies, this new company that developed a new battery or a new electrolyzer technology, or, you know, just name it, people get excited because you're painting a picture of how the future will look like. And that's something I think we all want to ease and help become reality. And therefore, we were thinking, I mean, why shouldn't we set up this friendship group? Because when it comes to Cleantech, it should become apolitical. It should become about thinking about what we can do from a legislative point of view to help these technologies not only be created in the EU, because we're very good in innovation in the first phase, but also to make sure that these companies stay in the EU and deploy their technology within the EU. And this is something we passionately work on, and we want to see what we can learn from you, what kind of insights you have, what kind of regulation maybe should be adjusted to make your life a bit easier. And I think this is something we all share with, I mean, it doesn't matter from which political group you are, and this is something we really want to help you achieve within the political, let's say, part of the legislation. And yeah, I mean, we are still looking for other MEPs, and some people really want to join our group. And for us, it's a group to interact with the Cleantech community.
Okay. I will just add on what Mohammed said, that in terms of finding colleagues to join us was not that difficult, because it's what Mohammed was saying. It's a compatible agenda with our political vision. Even if we on these matters, it's not so much about the ideology. It's more about getting practical and address what are the priorities for today and tomorrow. And therefore, it was very interesting to observe the interest from the colleagues to join the friendship group in the parliament, and hopefully we will getting bigger in the future, as I think this is something that is really important for Europe and important for the political leaders to address.
I couldn't agree more, and indeed, I've seen that new members have joined since the launch, and I'm sure the trend will continue. So indeed, the next exercise is the collaborative part of the summit. It's a road mapping session. It's a purposeful brainstorming that we invite all of you to take part in. Each of the discussion tables will be chaired by one of the members of the Cleantech Friendship Group, and I will go into the details of which table is where and which member is where. But let me say that there will also be discussion leads around each table. So effectively, each MEP chair will be joined by at least 2 discussion leads who will be either from the innovator community side or from the investor side, or both. Some roundtables will actually have 4 such discussion leads, as we've paired some technologies in the view of their complementarity. But nonetheless, the idea is to actually have the MEP open the session and then get practical input from those who are in the field of developing clean technologies in Europe, and hearing from their experiences, what obstacles are they meeting, what sort of solutions do they see ahead, what do they need, what are the skills, the particular skills required for that particular clean technology to actually, we framed it as bloom by 2030. So indeed, we have enshrined 2050 in law, but I think that allows us to now actually look towards 2030 and understand the critical role of this year, these next 3 years leading up to that milestone. So some of the topics we will cover, and I can already tell you in which room they will be, because the roundtables are taking place in ballroom A and C, so to the right and to the left. So I'll start with ballroom A, and please don't get up until the introduction is finished, so that we avoid a massive rush for the Cleantech gold, so to say, in all sides, in all directions. So in the room to the right, so we will have electric trucks and battery recycling, which will be chaired by Mr. Petr Vitanov, member of the European Parliament. He will be joined by 4 discussion leads, Ben Murphy, who's an investment director at Kiko Ventures. We will have Essa El Saleh, who's the CEO of Volta Trucks. Alongside them will be Allegra Kowalewski-Ferreria from Breakthrough Energy Ventures, as well as Anders Bakken, who's the CFO of Hydrovolt. Now, in the same room, and that room will only have 2 discussion tables, we will also have the green hydrogen table, which will be led and chaired by Lydia. And Lydia will get expert input from 2 discussion leads who will be, on behalf of Niels from Sunfire. I believe there is a new participant, Christopher Frey. We're delighted that you're able to join and be a discussion lead at this table. And also we will have Renee Savelsberg, managing partner at SET Ventures. And now in the room that's to my left, but I guess to your right, there will be 3 other technologies that we will be discussing. So we'll be looking at geothermal, advanced geothermal, and that roundtable will be chaired by Mr. Martin Hojcik, who's also a member of the European Parliament and a founding member of the Cleantech Friendship Group. Alongside him will be Veronica Vanman, who's an investment manager at Baseload Capital. And there will also be Tobias Seikel, who's a partner at Planet A Ventures. We will also have a roundtable on long-duration energy storage, who will be chaired by Mr. Nicolas Casales Gonzalez, a member of the European Parliament and also a founding member of the Cleantech Friendship Group. Alongside him, we will have discussion leads Beatrice Bon, who's an investment associate at Munich Venture Partners, and also Ben Potter, who's the Senior Vice President for Strategy and Corporate Development at Energy Dome. Okay, and last but not least, we have a roundtable that will deal with the topic of industrial decarbonization, particularly looking at low-carbon cement and steel. And that roundtable will be chaired by Mohammed. And he will be joined by Donal Orian, who's a Managing Director at Ecosem, and Henrik Henriksen, who's the CEO of H2 Green Steel. From the investment side, we will have Yvette Go, who's an investment director at Capricorn Partners. So, everyone has been announced. What I could share with you is that the roundtables will last, the discussions will last 35 minutes. We ourselves in Cleantech for Europe are super keen to hear your conclusions, your questions. We'd like it to be a question-led discussion, because we hope that this will contribute to a EU Cleantech strategy, which we will do our very best to put together. So indeed, we are in the middle of writing Europe's Cleantech story, and this exercise is very much a part of that. So I would like to just briefly mention that at 11:30, we will reconvene here, and we will have a plenary to hear from the different roundtables what new questions emerged and sort of what conclusions were drawn. So with that, I'm happy to stop talking now and invite you to go towards the roundtables of your choice. Should there be no more seats at the one roundtable that you really wanted to attend, please grant us your flexibility and take a seat at another roundtable. Keep in mind, some MEPs have also had to be very flexible with the topics, and so we're all showing flexibility today. Thank you very much.
Okay, so. Hydrogen.
Could I please invite the chairs of the roundtables to take their seat on stage? Could I kindly invite the chairs of the roundtables? Nicolas, would you like to take your seat on stage? And I'll invite the other MEPs as well. So, Martin, I'll go for Martin. I'm sorry. Martin, I'm afraid we're all going on stage. Yes. Okay, perfect. Okay, Lydia, would you like to return to the stage, to the plenary? And, so... No. So...
I can use one of the pen mics.
Okay.
Yeah, I think pen mic is...
Could we have another mic? I think we might need two, but we can handle just one. I think... Okay, actually, do you like the idea to present from there? Yeah, why not? Yes, that's a good idea. Yeah.
How much time do we have?
I would have said...
2, 3.
The brief is nothing.
Better?
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please take your seats? I know you have these meaningful discussions, but we have only got 20 minutes until lunch, and you'll be able to carry on your bilateral conversations then. Please get seated. Could the stragglers over this side please take your seats in the main ballroom? We have a lot to get through and really a very limited time to do it in. We can continue these very fruitful bilateral conversations during lunch. Please, gentlemen, take your seats. Please, gentlemen, take your seats. We need some of you on stage and some of you sitting down. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. We have now nearly only 15 minutes left to get through several different panel discussions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please sit down. We have 5 panels to get through in 15 minutes. That's only 3 minutes each, so you're going to miss an awful lot of information. I think I need a bell.
So I see the conversations running still. It just shows we need to do this more often. We need to have more of these roundtables.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, you will have a chance to continue these conversations at lunch in 15 minutes. But we do want to get feedback. We have our rapporteurs, as it were, from the different tables, our MEPs who have given up their valuable time to be here. So please do sit down. Okay. Right. Thank you. And I hope we don't have this problem this afternoon, because you will have plenty of time to have these bilateral discussions. I know it's hard after all these virtual events. People get excited seeing each other in person. But we've had 5 really fruitful discussions in the breakout rooms, and our MEPs are going to sum them up, guided effectively by Suzanne. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thanks to all of you, really, who participated in the roundtable discussions. I listened in, and they were extremely forward-looking, very nice. I see that, in fact, it was difficult to stop them, so it just means we have to organize these discussions more often. So we count on you to participate, but also, of course, we will sort of keep the conversation alive in different ways. I'm extremely curious to hear from each of the roundtables what were the main takeaways. And also very curious to hear whether there were new questions raised. I think, have you reached a conclusion or not with the discussants, or did you actually just reach new questions that perhaps haven't yet even been raised? All of this would be really interesting to hear for the wider plenary. So with that said, I'd like to invite Martin to share with us what was the roundtable on geothermal. What was it? How did it unfold? What were the main sort of bottlenecks that you spent time discussing? What were the solutions found, if any, and what can we as a Cleantech community look forward to in the future when it comes to this sector?
Thank you very much. Now, did you know that there is energy out there at your fingertips that almost no one knows about, almost no one talks about? Definitely, the European Commission doesn't talk about it. The geothermal word is not even once mentioned in the REPowerEU. And yet, this is the energy that can deliver the base load that your industry and economy needs. This is the energy that can be super fast in helping replacing the dependency on not only Russian, but generally oil, and especially gas that we import for heating our homes and providing energy for the industry. It's geothermal. We have the potential now and here, yet no one knows about it, and no one is pushing, and I think that's a big problem. So what we discussed and what we came up with is actually we need to push it. We need a proper European geothermal alliance, and we need to build it now to help to kickstart the industry, just like we did the solar, wind, and batteries. But we also need to make sure that in the scale-up phase, that it's standing in the beginning of it now, we don't lose it. We don't lose it like we did with the wind and solar, and that the industrial base and the technologies stay in Europe. And for that, we need clear instruments for blended finance. It shouldn't be all state-funded. There should be lots of private money. And I think there is money to be made for both private investors as well as the public purse. We need a good framework for having not only level playing field but also harmonized rules and really utilize the single market. We need a clear PCIs, so projects of common interest linked to the geothermal. And last but not least, we need to talk about it. We need really good marketing and public engagement so people see that actually drill, baby, drill can be a good thing if you do it for geothermal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I should have also mentioned that it is possible for those of you who have taken notes on A4 papers to also use the sort of the stand here if you prefer to recall all the various points that you may want to refer to. But ready to move on to the next rapporteur. So we will hear from Nicolas on long duration energy storage. Over to you.
Thank you. I want to mention first that what is long duration energy storage? We know which is gas storage, or we know what is heat pumps. We have definitions, clear definitions, but we don't have a clear definition what it is long duration energy storage. So I think that this is one of the first conclusions of our round table. First, the definition, but it's clear that we need this kind of technologies. We have to make great advances on that. And we need to take, first we need finance. How to engage financing, how to engage banks, how to engage public organizations to put money in these technologies. Because yes, some of them are really new technologies. Others has been proven for a long time. Water storage is the main source of storage in Europe. But there are other technologies that are mature, that we have the system technologies here in Europe, all the supply chain, and this could be used, but they need money. So we need different schemes. We need public support, but also private support. We need credit supports also, and of course, how to put guarantees in the investor that they will return back their money. This is one of the first steps that we should take. And secondly, we discussed a lot about the reform of the electricity market. This electricity market is not functioning properly right now. And it not functioning properly for renewables, but of course, it won't function properly as it is for long-duration energy storage. So, how to make a balance of the needed storage for long duration, but at the same time, give signals to invest in renewables. I think they go hand by hand. Renewables and energy storage are the same piece, are in the same phase, and all the money that you put in the storage could be used also for the energy system based on renewables. And this has to be in the market design reform. Now we have the public consultation, and I encourage all the people investing in storage to participate in this consultation in order to have the long duration energy storage in the new design of the market. I think this should be for sure in the next reform that we are going to deal in the next months. And finally, I want to mention skills. We need new skills also for these new technologies. We are seeing that in different countries we don't have enough PV installers, for example. Do we have enough people with the skills for long duration energy storage? The answer is probably we have. We have a system, people with the skills, for example, in the oil and gas industry, that can be relocated in this long duration energy storage, because some of the technologies are similar to, for example, the oil and gas industry use CO2, was on the main technologies mentioned previously. So how to do that? How to relocate these people? How to use, how to reskill these people is one of the challenges. But we have the workforces, and it's an opportunity also for competitiveness of the different countries if they invest in these technologies. Finally, I want to mention that we need a definition. So I also encourage all these people working in long duration energy storage to ask to the policymakers to give a clear definition of what it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I particularly picked up on the aspect of complementarity between the technologies, between renewables and long-duration energy storage, and also between the skills from the different sectors that we are hoping to develop in the future. And indeed, complementarity was something that we tried to build into this exercise, even if apparently the thematic roundtables dealt with very different technologies. But I think, in fact, when we look at the broader picture, a strategy, a EU Cleantech strategy would actually need to find ways to really sync and really put those technologies in dialogue and really understand not just what the needs are now, but what the needs will be as a result of sort of where we are at this point in time. So I'm really happy to see that what you're reporting back are indeed stories that tie together the various aspects. And indeed, that's what we hope to do as well today at the summit. Now, what I've heard from Lydia's roundtable on green hydrogen is that she really enjoyed it. So, Lydia, would you please tell us what you enjoyed about the discussion and Yes, share with us so we can also take part in this.
Oh, thank you so much. It was a very lively discussion, and I want to thank René and Christopher for assisting with their expertise throughout our conversation. One of the main results or main outcomes of our discussion leads to the need of having a systemic approach towards green hydrogen. And this goes hand in hand with better define certain elements that can even mitigate the risks, because we, as Europeans, we are still very much risk averse compared to our American fellows, but that's something we have to change. And for that, what we need clear criteria, clear definition of what green hydrogen is. In terms of costs, we have a huge capacity in terms of renewable energy and which leverages our competitiveness on the global perspective that we are still not taking advantage. Also, when we decide about the policies or or the vision on green hydrogen, it has to be climate focused. We also discussed about one of the bottlenecks is the skills, not only labor or skilled labor, but also business skills to allow the scale up of a lot of technologies that are being developed by more on the front of engineers and technical development on green hydrogen. We also addressed the importance of the critical materials that will be necessary to have a good supply and demand on green hydrogen. It's not mostly about the materials per se, but more about the source of materials. That will have to be sourced at a competitive cost. This was also addressed in our conversation. And last but not least, and this is all the elements I'm focusing on, they are also related to the risk that because we have the knowledge, we have the capacity, but we are still lacking on, taking the risk, is the supply chain. Anything that we need for green hydrogen should privilege short supply chains for reasons related to energy security and sustainability, and also from a competitive perspective, this will also be differentiating from other markets in the world. So this is in a nutshell what we address. There's still a long way to go, but having this in mind and having the systemic approach in mind, I think we can deliver in a short time, and take advantage of being the first movers.
Indeed, thank you very much for that. I think moving on to Petter's roundtable, we again see their complementarity at its very best, because he covered the topics of both electric trucks and battery recycling, again hinting towards a systemic approach towards decarbonizing the transport sector, but also a whole life cycle take on how to approach these medium and heavy-duty vehicle decarbonization problems. So please, Petter, over to you. What solutions emerged? And I also know you were keen to keep the discussion running, and I apologize I had to cut it short for this plenary, but let us know where you were.
No, thanks. Yeah, indeed, it was a quite extensive discussion and very heated, I would say. I should have spoken less, because when politicians stop talking, business really start talking to each other. So, but indeed, it was very interesting, because I believe that the batteries and electric trucks are the future of the European economy. So that's why it was so interesting to me. And I must say that I was a bit selfish, because we expect the new legislation concerning CO2 standards for heavy-duty vehicles, and I asked a lot of questions about it, just to make sure that I'm not going to miss any points when we discuss that matter. But yeah, of course, we spoke about the challenges, we spoke about the bottlenecks, we spoke about the infrastructure, and indeed, we also spoke about the complexity, and maybe one of the challenges, the complexity of the European legislation in general compared to, for instance, to the American one. Also to the need maybe to simplify the requirements. And also maybe, yeah, I know that we are not Soviet Union, we are European Union, but the predictability is also needed sometimes when it comes to demands and margins, and to give a better base for the business to develop and to scale up. So, of course, I was just maybe to mention once again, I was really impressed by the people that I had the opportunity to speak with. Young innovators, investors, and this is always great to have the opportunity to meet the politicians and the business, because sometimes politicians are way beyond the reality. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Petar. And you've just confirmed our theory of change for the summit, which was that if we set up these discussions, that indeed they will be very interesting to take part in. And I'm really happy to hear this feedback from you. We will move on now to Donald Orjan, who's the CEO of Ecosem. And although Mohammed has had to leave us to head back to Parliament, I'm sure he will do a fantastic job at summarizing the discussion. I should say I've known Donald for ever since the Paris Agreement, actually, and he's been extremely active and very committed to finding ways that support the world to meet the ambitious goals of the agreement. So I'm happy to now have you at the summit, and looking forward to hearing what the roundtable was on the topic of industrial decarbonization.
Well, thank you, Susanna. Thank you, Chairperson. This is my proudest moment of my life. I'm standing in for a European Member of Parliament. I feel very special today, very special indeed. I can also, we were talking with a heavy industry, so as the name suggests, it was heavy going. The industry, the two people who were there, the hydrogen industry and ourselves, the cement who represent about 16–70% of all CO2 emissions in the world. And there are two sectors that are commonly and correctly spoken of as hard to abate sectors. So these are tough, very tough challenges we had to take on. We had, around the table, we had people with plenty of ideas, plenty of innovators, plenty of investors. There's no shortage of all the apparent ingredients that you need to make rapid progress. But there are some things left that need to be done at European level in particular to facilitate the task. Two things were heavily underlined. One is the fact that we in general, typically the smaller companies and the less well-established companies, let me say, in terms of reputation and influence, we do need to get proper treatment, proper consideration for our cases at European level. And we note that the innovation scheme in particular seems to be open to everybody, but always to make awards to the large companies over the small and the incumbents over the disruptors. And if it's to live up to its name as the innovation scheme, that has to change fundamentally going forward. The second area is in relation to regulation. The EU, the Commission is not always hands-on on the issue of resolution, but even where it's not hands-on, it has tremendous influence to bring to bear on that. There are regulations required in relation to definition, the taxonomy on cement and on hydrogen. There are regulations in this construction industry in terms of having access to the market, and those represent severe constraints, probably in some cases the most severe constraints on the bankability of investments in this area. And those regulations have to change very, very, very quickly indeed. We have major challenges, of which a great deal of the solutions to those are in this room today. But those solutions need to move fast very, very quickly. We have absolutely no time to waste. There are a couple of things coming up in the near future. One in relation to the sector roadmaps, which we talked about. It's very important that Cleantech is able to represent the case for the smaller, the less influential companies that we largely represent in this room. And there's also the Green New Deal, the Green Deal Industrial Plan, which is announced, which for net zero And again, once again, we need to be up there at that table and speaking with influence. And the important thing, and I'm sure Mohammed, even though he wasn't there, will second me fully on this, it's up to our friendship group to show its mettle on those battles that are coming now in the weeks and months to come. We finished, nevertheless, on a reasonably optimistic note that much remains to be done. But with the talents and skills and the experience and the clout financially that was around the table, I think the mood was, let's get on with this. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and we do know that your schedules are incredibly busy, so we are grateful that you've made time to join us and that you've stayed until the end. We really appreciate it. We hope it was worthwhile, your time, and we very much look forward to continuing the conversations and staying in touch. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. So we have reached the lunch break. So all of those very, very vivid conversations continue. It is outside behind you where you came in. There will be some more formal networking for those of you who want to take part in playing a networking game. That's happening out there. Please be back here in the main ballroom at 1:15 as we have a surprise video for you from one of the commissioners who couldn't make it today but was so enthused about the topic that he has sent us in some warm words. So be back here at 1:15 for that.
thank you for this invitation to the Cleantech Summit. A new year is a great time for a new resolution, a new drive towards more sustainable, more circular industry. The best way to do that is by investing in eco-innovation. Innovators like you play a significant role in driving the change and building a greener future for Europe. Thank you for your contribution and for the value.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats, we are about to get started for this afternoon's sessions. Gentlemen, please take a seat. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, please take a seat. We've got an online audience who are waiting patiently for us as they are not able to join in the conversation in the room as engaging as it is. So please grab a seat. We have this afternoon got a series of various panel discussions. We've got 3 panel discussions coming up. We're talking about scaling clean tech. We'll be talking about skilling. And we will be talking about how to scale up finance, and I'm sure you're all interested in those topics. We'll also have some announcements, a signing, and of course our closing plenary. We'll hear again in that from more members of the European Parliament about what we've talked about today and how we can move that forward. But I did promise you a surprise coming back, because although he wasn't able to join us in person, European Commissioner for the Environment, Virginijus Sinkevicius, was very keen on today's summit, and so as a surprise has sent us a video to share his thoughts and messages. So let's have a look.
Thank you for this invitation to the Cleantech Summit. A new year is a great
There we go. I hope we're not using Microsoft if you've been reading the news at lunchtime.
to the Cleantech Summit. A new year is a great time for a new resolution, a new drive towards more sustainable, more circular industry. The best way to do that is by investing in eco-innovation. Innovators like you play a significant role in driving the change and building a greener future for Europe. Thank you for your contribution and for the valuable work that you do. In 2023, we need green tech more than ever. We face a triple crisis from pollution, biodiversity loss, and climate change. The solutions are all linked to a different economic model centered around the circular economy. At the European Commission, we are doing all we can to promote the shift. Our action plan for the circular economy helps business contribute to climate neutrality and harness the potential of new technologies. And in these new technologies, European businesses are often out in front. The EU funds for regional development, LIFE and Horizon Europe are there to complement funding from the private sector and help bring solutions to the market. The European Institute of Innovation and Technology is coordinating innovation initiatives and working with universities, research organizations, industry, and SMEs. We also take the legal route with new legislation to encourage the change. Batteries are one example. The proposal for a new batteries regulation was our first deliverable under the European Green Deal. The co-legislators reached a political agreement last December, and the new regulation will be adopted this spring. The new law will help batteries be more circular and sustainable. It also lays the ground for a battery recycling industry to recover valuable materials, reducing our dependence on imports. Our revision of EU legislation on industrial emissions is another example of legal support for more green tech. Under the new rules, the new Innovation Center for Industrial Transformation and Emissions will gather information about novel techniques from around the world. We listened to the needs of industry, and we have added flexibilities, giving operators more time, allowed to test new techniques. Clean tech often means a double win. When we electrify transport, we don't just reduce the emissions, we also see a significant drop in air pollution, taking Europe closer to a future of zero pollution. Thank you for the role you play in building that future. You are driving the transition to a cleaner, more circular world, a world of climate neutrality by the middle of the century. That world is the only sustainable future we have. So, best wishes for a very successful event.
You can see there, even from his demeanor, how enthusiastic he is about our summit. A man rarely without a smile on his face, but particularly smiling today at the summit. Now, I'm going to introduce you. You can see there's a stage set here with 2 chairs, 2 pens, 2 pieces of paper. That's because we're going to have a signing. I'd like to invite on stage again, Jules, please join me again, and Jean-David Malo, who is Director of the European Innovation Council, and with whom I've shared a stage several times, always talking about innovation, research, and the great opportunities for the future. So today we're going to see a little bit of that in action. So gentlemen, come up and tell us all about this new partnership.
Thank you. All right. Hi again. Great to have you all with us. I think we've said many times, even today, that we need more and more collaboration between the public and the private sector on this topic of clean tech. And as you all know, the EIC has become, over the last couple of years, the major investor, the major public investor in European clean technologies. And so for us, it's an incredible honor to say that we will have more and more collaboration between public investors and private investors that we'll tell you a bit more about in a few minutes. But first of all, we'd like to welcome Jean-David Malo on stage to tell you thank you for all the support. And maybe if you could tell us, start by telling us a bit more about the EIC, and then maybe we can tell the crowd about the new partnership we're about to sign.
Thanks a lot, Jules. And good afternoon to everybody. I'm delighted to be with you this afternoon. I have to say that I have the feeling to be with friends, in fact, this afternoon, because when I came in this room, even if unfortunately I was not able to be there earlier this morning, but my head of department, Stefan Waki, was there representing his EIC, I recognized immediately a number of faces. A number of faces that with whom we are working now for a long time in order to support a number of innovation, in particular in clean tech. I recognize immediately TAVI, of course, that we have supported now for years via the predecessor of the EIC, but also with the EIB, and that we have the chance to have in our board in order to advise us, in order to do even more and better. And I'd like to thank him again for this. I recognize other companies like Vector or also Electrochair. So I will not quote all of them, I promise you. So clearly, I mean, it's very interesting to see that here in the room, you have these actors that are very important, in fact, to make a deep change. And as you said, I mean, the European Innovation Council has been set up in order to be a game changer, especially in this early stage where we have to identify the future technologies that can have a real role in order to disrupt the market, to be game innovation changing in the market, and where we have tried in a single program to support the emergence of new ideas, with, of course, support that are taking the form to grant to R&D, but up to the ultimate opposite, the growth of promising startup and scale-up that are carrying out, in fact, this innovation. And maybe I will insist on this downstream part of the EIC, if you allow me, which is called the accelerator, and where we are providing support and means to these startup and SMEs in particular in the Cleantech area, which are looking for the means to start their scaling up by providing them a combination of a grant up to 2.5 million euro and an equity investment, not a loan, but with other investors, which is very important. And certainly you remember the discussion we had together, Doris, about this. And where on our side, on the public side, we are ready to provide up to 15 million euro. It's a first kick, let's be clear, and it must be prolonged by follow-on support. And we do believe that we have a key role to play in order to tackle this segment of the market that was a weakness. But we have also a key role to play in order to ensure the next steps. And this is the reason why we have decided also to work together in order first to share relevant deal flow with investors in the Cleantech area for this first step, where we are organizing round A, round B mainly, but also in order to prepare the next steps, which is absolutely essential. And we had the occasion to discuss it last night also under the chairmanship of Anne. And I think that there are a lot to do, and it's very essential for us to do it with the right actor. And among the right actor, and when you talk about Cleantech, is clearly Cleantech for Europe. So this is the reason why we have decided to join our effort to sign a letter of intent that we will sign in a few minutes in order to organize this, to structure a little bit our cooperation, to organize concrete events. And I can already announce that right after we have signed this, we will start working on the organization of events in Sweden, in the Baltic countries, and in the Iberic part of Europe, already in 2023, in order to see what we can do concretely, not only talking about nice ideas, but what we can do concretely for a number of our innovators. And if you allow me, and I promise I stop here, we will try also to, beyond this concrete action, use this collaboration to work on something which is, according to me, very key, which is the collecting of data. Because today, I mean, on this kind of work, data is gold. And one of the weaknesses that we have in Europe is that we have a lot of data everywhere, fragmented. While we could, in fact, try to see how we could put together, in fact, this data, and it will be for the benefit of all the ones that will be ready to do it. This is the reason why we also signed other agreements, for example, with the clean hydrogen joint undertaking. I'm mentioning particularly this one because it has also a link with the kind of cooperation we'll have here, because we would like to put together, in fact, this kind of data to have a better understanding of the situation of the market and to help the investors, to help also the policymakers in their decision. So I'm very excited, to be honest with you, in view of this cooperation. And I would like to thank you in particular for all the work that lead us, in fact, to this very important moment. Thank you very much, Jules.
Thank you very much, Jean-David, and I'll take the compliment for the Cleantech for Europe team, but I also want to give praise to the people who have enabled this in a way, and I'm speaking here of our Cleantech Investor Coalition, who was really the first group that came together to help make Cleantech a strategic policy priority, and who will be the main stakeholders in this partnership to work on deal flow, to work on collective feedback, and on market analysis together. So I'd actually like to call them on stage to be with us while we sign this. And I'm going to call René Savelsberg from Set Ventures, Yvette Go from Capricorn Investment Partners, just come on stage when you hear your name, Ben Murphy from Kiko Ventures, Tobias Sickel from Planet A, Beatrice Baum from Munich Venture Partners, Craig Douglas, of course, from World Fund, Peter Hirsch from 2150, Max from Rockstart, Helmer Schucken from Robia Impact, and Allegra from Breakthrough Energy Ventures. Please join us. So the idea is so that we're all in the same picture. And sorry.
Yes, yes. Stefan.
Stefan, do you want to join us? Maybe a bit of applause to make it a bit less. All right. All right, so the fun is not over. We have a couple more announcements, and the main one of which being, you may be aware that a couple of months ago we launched a new coalition. So you just saw the Investor Coalition, which was the OG Cleantech for Europe. A couple of months ago we launched this Scale-Up Coalition that you've been hearing about this morning. And the idea was really we have all of these players that have raised significant amount of money that are trying to industrialize their technologies and are coming across huge challenges all across Europe, be that on the financing side, on the demand side, on the regulatory side. And while they all operate in different sectors, they're all facing the same industrialization challenges. We really wanted to bring them together to give them a collective voice to provide input in the policy debate. So these were the H2 Green Steels, the Sunfires, the Enaptors, Electrokia, and others that you heard from this morning. But the news that we wanted to share today is that this group is growing because more and more scale-ups are emerging in Europe, and because we need full representation in terms of technologies and in terms of geographies to make sure that this is a truly European effort. So today I have the real privilege to call 4 new companies on stage. I'm going to ask each CEO to come in one by one and to say a few words about their company. And after that, we'll take a group picture to celebrate this moment. So I believe the first person I'm calling on stage is Tavi Mati-Burke, CEO of Skeleton Technologies. Welcome, my friend.
Thank you very much. Okay, firstly, indeed, a lot of familiar faces and a real pleasure to be here. And I thought that I come here and I will tell you how great of a company Skeleton is and how big of an impact we are making. And then I thought that, okay, that's actually boring, but does anybody want to listen to that type of stuff? And I will rather tell you a story that in terms of building clean tech companies, what's the real challenge, what's the real difficulties? And I don't usually do that, at least in public events. So we started back in 2009. Our first office was smaller than this stage. It also acted as a manufacturing line. And early on, we managed to convince European Space Agency to be our first customer. And where you understand the importance of policy, because without that, most likely we would not be here. Then in terms of financing, me and my co-founder, Oliver, we ran several businesses on the side. But by 2013, when we were in the nuclear winter of clean tech, nobody wanted to invest in Europe into hardware. If you said that I'm building a supercapacitor battery company, when they said, good luck, young man, that you have a vision. Yes. No, not making it up. It was literally so. And in reality, we managed to somehow get personal loans from the banks and such, with personal guarantees up to $500,000. And of course, no realistic way of paying that back from the business. but in real life, it was so that we managed to finance some early customer deals and really took the risk without knowing whether the parachute will in real life open. And here the policy part, what Jean-David already mentioned, actually came into play. But these type of, let's say, European measures, which were not so large in size back in the day, but we managed to be kind of a catalyst in terms of that if you were really scrappy, you kind of put the business case somehow together. And if you look at now the challenges, it's such that, of course, it's a different game. But again, in this business, policy matters. And I always bring this example that if you look at Elon Musk and Tesla, and let's forget about the last kind of 1 year or so. So let's look at the old Elon, pre-COVID Elon. So if you look at pre-COVID Elon, then of course you can hail it as it's the greatest triumph of the Silicon Valley capital markets. Look at the innovation, what we did. But people forget that when Tesla went public, in the IPO we raised, what, 220 million. And before that, Department of Energy, the Obama loan was $500 million. In Europe, there were no such incentives. And what we see today as well, it's like, if you discuss the Inflation Reduction Act, which of course does everything well besides the inflation topic, but if you discuss it, and I think sometimes in Europe we tend to forget now, say that, okay, US is doing this, we need to somehow have a response. But you need to look at the big picture. I think that overbidding in terms of climate technologies is really what we globally need. We might not like it maybe from our local industrial perspective, but this is what we need, because otherwise it's not realistic to hit the climate targets. And I would encourage the policymakers to really look from perspective that can we do, maybe we can't do apples to apples. Let's do like apples to oranges, or I'm not native English speaker, so let's do something which is closer to US. Because if you look at Skeleton as well, now we are in the market, we are servicing Siemens, Shell, Skoda, German automotives. We have for several years made tens of millions of euros of revenues. We are scaling the new plant, which allows us to do our first 600 million euro revenues. But now the topic is the following. We need to have a competitive environment. We need to be in a situation where, let's say, the US is not steamrolling over us. But last but not least, I would like to give the shout out not only to policymakers, but really think about it from a context that today I think it's the best time for clean tech ever. And think about it in a way that if we don't act now, then Europe will be the largest technology museum what you have ever seen. And this happened in the internet. Out of the top 10 tech companies, no European companies. And now in clean tech, it's our chance, and we will do it together. So thank you, everybody. Proud to be part of this coalition, and let's get some shit done here. Thanks, man. Yeah.
All right. Our second joiner of the day for the coalition is, we've talked a lot about long-duration energy storage this morning, and we're thrilled to host some of the most important LDES company in Europe, located in Italy, actually, and its CEO, Claudio Spadaccini. Claudio, please.
So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy, let's say, that our company is, for the first time, let's say, called as a scale-up instead of a startup. So this is a big achievement, and I really feel that we are there. So we have a technology which is ready to go to market. What Energy Dome has invented is a new technology for long-duration energy storage, which is, in practice, for energy shifting, for daily storage. And we do this with process innovation. So we have invented a new technology which just is a new process, it's a thermodynamic process. We compress CO2 and we liquefy at ambient temperature, and we store really energy like it is stored in all the extinguishers that we see all around. Because the CO2 has the property to become liquid at ambient temperature, and this is the property that makes this technology very cheap. But the real advantage of this technology is that use all of the shelf component. And this is the reason why we have no bottleneck in the production of our plant and our technology, and we can scale up really fast. So, and I wanted to get to the last point of the speech before, because I feel that really, you know, here in Europe, we have a lot of culture and knowledge about deep tech. So we use compressor, turbines, we use heat exchangers, we use pressure vessel. All this industry is very well developed all over Europe. In Italy, where I come, you know, there is a very, which is the second manufacturing country in Europe, or in Germany, but in many other countries around Europe, we have the capability to leverage on our supply chain and to scale up to give, let's say, a real fast and very competitive answer to the need of decarbonizing the planet. So I'm very happy to be here. I want to be short, and I feel that, you know, we really have to exploit the possibility to, let's say, convert the existing technology, which is really excellent here in Europe, to produce new clean tech technology that can really make the difference in the rush to net zero. Thank you.
All right. Next, I'd like to call one of the leading developers in Europe of combined solar and storage projects. It's a company based in France that is just an amazing scale-up. So I'm really thrilled to welcome Mathieu Lassagne from Z Energy on stage. Welcome, Mathieu.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be there to introduce the energy, but I will also share some of my concerns as CEO of so-called scale-up, because I need your support for that. After having worked for years in the different renewable activities, the energy founders team came to the conclusion that there are two threats for a future massive development of renewable energy. First is a physical threat, is a lack of the grid capacity access, because renewable energies are mostly decentralized. Second threat is all about the match between generation and what customer needs. And what arises from that match, or for that issue, is power price volatility and issues regarding the balancing from the grid. The energy is trying to solve those issues by combining traditional PV generation with storage, but also by having a real-time steering of those assets. So it's a new class of asset. It's a new business model combining both hardware, the asset that you can see on the picture, and the monitoring. We have commissioned the first asset. You can see the storage on the left, traditional PV, in September. And we are now present in France. In Italy, we'll commission our first asset this year. In Germany. Now about my concern first is not so new. It's about regulation. As I'm growing, I need more visibility regarding regulation, standards, and all what comes to transition from regulation to real life. But I also need regulation that takes into account all the changes in technologies and business models. Just to highlight this. As hybrid operator, hybrid asset operator, I'm both a generator of electricity and a consumer. A few months ago, there were only 2 boxes on the TSO's formulate, generator or consumer. So it must change. The second concern is about local manufacturing. And I'm very pleased to have in the coalition battery manufacturer, European battery manufacturer, because for solar panels, we are still heavily dependent from Asia. And I think if we put all our efforts on green tech technologies, we must also consider more classical businesses, such as solar panel manufacturing. We have to relocate key equipment manufacturing in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mathieu. All right, I'll take it. And lastly, I would like to call on stage the co-founder of Vercor, which is a gigafactory company based in France. Welcome, Gilles.
Thank you so much. So, yeah, nice to meet you all. So really happy to be here today to join the coalition. So it's really a big deal for us. We are a young scale-up, but actually we were not a startup for a long time. We are only 2.5 years, and already 250 people and 250 million raised. So that's 1 million by talent. So that's quite good. So, yeah, we are trying to do a lot. So I think I won't talk much because I try to get to keep a good say-do ratio. So let's say I will have the opportunity to talk a bit more later, to talk about talents, to talk about skill. So again, really happy to be with you today and to do as much as we can. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Gilles. Take a seat. All right, and so for the photo opportunity, I would like to call Henrik Henriksson on stage, CEO of H2 Green Steel. I would like to call Vaitea Cohen, co-founder of Enapter. We're just going to take a picture with all the scale-ups, if you can just come up. Doris Heffenbradel from Electrokia, Isael Saleh, if you're still with us, from Volta Trucks, Andreas from Hydrovolt, and then Christopher, if you want to step in for Niels, please come in. And that is the end of announcement. Back to Cleantech. All right.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and well done. Congratulations, Jules, on coordinating all that. I'm sure those photographs we'll look back at in several years and hopefully have even more people joining them by then. We're going to turn now to a panel that is entitled Scaling Cleantech from Stockholm to Madrid, presumably not as the crow flies, because that would leave out Finland and Malta, as well as other places. But we're going to look at what that means for all of Europe. It's a panel discussion that will showcase the efforts across member states and to discuss how member states can work together to really scale up clean tech technologies. So That is going to be moderated by Robin Waters from Tech EU. I think we've got all our panelists back here getting their microphones on, but if you are one of those panelists, please make your way to the stage and we will get you set up. I know we are running a little bit behind time. Apologies to those joining us online as well, but we will try and get some back during the coffee break, and we will hopefully be able to fit in as much conversation as possible. When we've got our next panel that's coming up, that's going to be on green skilling. So, Robin, over to you. Please tell us about your panelists and what you're expecting to get out of the session.
Thank you, Jennifer. We're still waiting for Magnus, so I'm going to hang on for a second. And we don't have enough seats for everyone. All right, I get to sit by the table like a schoolmaster, so I really appreciate that. Welcome to our esteemed panelists. As mentioned by Jennifer, my name is Robin Wouters. I'll be moderating this panel, which I'm very interested in personally, so very, very looking forward to learning from our esteemed panelists. What we're going to talk about is local initiatives, because you have Cleantech, the term, you have Cleantech, the industry, you have Cleantech Group, and then you have Cleantech for Europe, which is bringing us all together today. Thank you for that. But there are also local initiatives. We have representatives here, Céline, who hails from France, doing Cleantech for France. We have Magnus from Sweden doing Cleantech Scandinavia. I think it's the proper term. We also have an MEP joining us today, Dragos. A little bit of an odd duck on this panel, but in fairness, he's not a career politician. He was running a tech accelerator in Romania a couple of years ago, so he's from the industry. Then we have Tobias from Germany, who is not actually running Cleantech Germany, but runs Net Zero, or Tech for Net Zero. Tech for Net Zero Alliance, which is sort of similar to Cleantech Germany, close enough, right? And then we have Erkki, who hails from Estonia and runs Cleantech Estonia and Cleantech Baltics. So I'm mentioning all these names to really highlight that we have lots of regional initiatives here on stage, lots of local initiatives with their own accents, of course. So we're going to learn from all of these people what are sort of the differences and similarities between the initiatives. So we're going to kick things off with Céline. Cleantech, sorry? Not important. I'm the least important person on stage. But Tech EU, the company I run, is a company that is basically media and research activity for tech in Europe. Not only Cleantech, all of tech. Thank you. Giving me a chance to promote my own company. I appreciate that. We're going to kick things off with Céline. As I said, Europe is a fragmented place, but there is a need for local initiatives, local partnerships. What makes Cleantech France? What is your reason to exist? Why are you there? Why is it important to have a local chapter, if I can call it that? And how do you differentiate?
Okay. First, I would like to say that I'm extremely grateful to be part of this adventure, that is having a space today. Second is to also thank the Cleantech for France members and their leading VC investors. There's 7 of them. I may quote them. They are very relevant and important for us. That's Demeter, Aster, Mirova, Marble, Jolt Capital, and then I'm in the list. Supernova Invest also, and Mirova. They're all very important investors backing what we are doing. And the last one is certainly to say we kickstarted Cleantech for France in July 2022. That's 6 months down the road, I would say something. Trying to push forward in the agenda what Cleantech for Europe is doing, you know, that the Cleantech subject comes into play, into decision makers, and then we go for the big finish line or big race that was mentioned this morning. That's why we're here. Now then you ask, why is it relevant to have a Cleantech for France? It's relevant, I would say, for 2 things, and one that is in common. It's relevant because it's a French chapter of Cleantech for Europe, and there's no way we can think of France being outside of Europe, but being part of it. And the funny part is what is so bizarre about France that needs to be looked at differently. Honestly, I'm French, so I can laugh about it. But then, yes, there's some specific things that need to be looked at. So 3 things. I'm sorry I may be having too many times on my own site, but at least a couple of points. On the investment side, Cleantech, venture capital side, France is doing up until this year well enough, like Jules was presenting, 4 times better in 5 years. 20% of the capital invested in Cleantech comes from France. Same similarities, a lot of things happening on the seed side, not enough on the growth side. That is a statement. Then the second part is that investors, entrepreneurs, you've seen two, Vercor and the Energy as example. The spirit is there, the entrepreneurship spirit. People are convinced, they're fighting, they're here, and that's the second very important pillar. And the third one is on the public side. There is France 2030 project, and a very important moment now into green industry project law, into different chapters of the public policies. There is strong something happening around Cleantech. So that being said, this has to be a very positive trend of stuff happening. What is different, for sure, and maybe we'll have a discussion, is that it's the economic environment and a specific industry environment and a specific carbon neutrality issue. Half of it is important, half of it is inland. Then we have to move big boats, big, large incumbent, big, large companies and sectors that need to go to a different environment. And that makes the story a little bit different on regulation and everything that can steer the potential of Cleantech players. I was very long, very sorry.
That's quite all right. And I also don't want to go one by one with the same question all the time, so I'm going to mix it up a bit. Maybe Tobias, can you sort of highlight what is happening in Germany, for better or worse?
Well, I think, well, thanks, first of all, having me here. And I normally come with Pierre Dorfinger. We're both together with speakers for the Tech for Net Zero Alliance in Germany, because it's a growing entity, and we're partnering with the DENA, with the German Energy Agency, to actually pull this off. So we're trying to be a partner both for government but also for investors to really think through some of the more structural financing issues I think that we see. I think when you look at Germany, most people will argue, well, that's probably the country of technology worldwide. Somehow we missed the green tech race with very few exceptions so far. I think our automotive industry almost went belly up because there was so much protectionism. They totally did realize that battery was the next big thing, and now we're having a Tesla gigafactory just outside Berlin. So we really need to do our homework in Germany on a number of fronts. At the same time, I think we have incredible talent. We have probably some of the smartest chemists, physicists in the world. We have large industry. We have a lot of demand. So in that sense, there's a lot of ingredients for a proper climate tech or clean tech wave ready, but there's quite a few things missing still. And so this is what we're trying to bring together as the Tech for Net Zero Alliance as well. What is actually missing on the financing front is perhaps not just money, but actually smarter de-risking instruments. What can we do on stimulating demand for the green premium price climate tech solutions like green cement or other solutions? And then at the same time, we're trying to work very closely with founders as well, also partly through 1.5 Degrees Ventures, which I'm a partner of when I'm not doing the Tech for Net Zero Alliance. We actually work directly with founders, and we accompany them on their journey from spinning out IP and then growing them and taking it into the market. So we're working very closely on the founder journey, and I think that also gives us really deep insights on the financing needs, on the customer developing needs, and just how some of this really well-intended regulation sometimes plays out in rather complication and headache. And so that's the role we try to play, and we're looking forward to also expanding this year and covering a number of topics.
Great, responding to local needs, very important. Erki, I also want to give you a chance. We've already seen Tavi on stage, so we know there's lots of talent, lots of interesting deep tech activity going on in the Baltics. What are some of the things that Cleantech Baltics wants to do to level up the ecosystem even more?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Thank you also for the opportunity of being here.
Baltics is not one country, right? I think we need to get that clear as well. It's 3 distinct countries with 3 distinct also culture, a bit of history as well, and also economics and etc. So all these countries share some of the historical components, but also that creates kind of like a resilience when it comes to economic terms. So which means that the Baltic countries bounded together are an ideal testbed for digital solutions, of course. But if you can scale that into today's opportunities in the energy sector that we're facing, so we need energy security, those countries being in the priority list, then kind of combining the strengths of digital societies of those countries and the energy security opportunities, then that creates a very good testbed for small innovations that could be tested and then scaled to larger markets. I'm sorry, I think I forgot your question. That was my intro part and totally got into it.
No worries. No, I was asking to highlight sort of what makes Cleantech Baltics so important to have as a local initiative in the region.
Yeah, true. So all the 3 countries, as I said, they kind of share the history of, in the 1991, gaining independence. So for the Cleantech for Baltics, the timing is ideal because, for example, in Estonia, Cleantech Estonia has been developing kind of a very grassroots level of incubation, acceleration, environmental awareness, getting the founders out from the research centers or the universities to commercialize their products. The same goes for Green Tech Cluster Latvia or the Sunrise Valley Science and Tech Park in Lithuania. But now, when the sector is more or less ripe, so we're starting to see the first showcases or the examples of successful entrepreneurship in clean tech, as we saw Davi giving a small speech about Skeleton. So the coming of Cleantech for Baltics to the Baltic countries is an ideal setting of actually defining what clean tech is, because now the governments are turning towards us and asking, hey, so we have these RRFs, the EU structural funds, etc., the horizons. So all of that money and the funding and resources are coming into play. But now somebody needs to guide that way, how to strategically guide it in order to make it a systems transformation for real that we now face in the world of crisis.
All right, we're going to stay in the colder Nordic region of Europe. I'm turning to Magnus. When I go to the website for Cleantech Scandinavia, there's a long list of partners. Is that really the key, to have sort of collaboration between actors, both private and public, to really have an initiative that has impact?
Yes, for sure. That's really important. I mean, we've spent most of our 15 years in business to collaborate with investors, but when you start to work with this, you realize there's quite a few more people that you need to have good relations to. We are working quite a lot with different types of markets, like cities, for example, which is an important driver in this. Real estate companies, energy companies, and industry companies, obviously very important to have great relations with, for sure. If I just may say something about where we come from, just initially, I mean, I come from a very positive situation, I would say, in the Nordics. I've been following it for 15 years, and we see about 200-300 new innovations coming out every year. We've seen investments going up. 2021, we had 5.8 billion euros invested in Nordic Cleantech, which is about 12 times the amount of that was invested 5 years ago. So we have a new situation. I've seen ups and downs, but this is a new situation, very positive. And we can also see some really fast movers out there. Some of them are here. But the positive news, as my colleague Big always says, is that there is a big range of companies that are coming now. They're just at the edge of breaking through. So we come from a really positive situation. But nothing is as good as that it can't be better. There are things, most of the issues has actually been up already, about capital, about talent, and about all of those things that needs to be improved for us to scale this up to in the pace that we need. So that is why it's great to also form this coalition and the Cleantech for Nordic ambition, where we can work more towards policymakers, because it's truly needed.
Great to hear from the four of you about the local initiatives and how much needed they are. Mr. Bessara, I kept you last for a reason. You're a member of European Parliament. You're also the chair of the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs. I wanted to ask you, you were very keen to join this panel. Why was that?
Not necessarily to be the intruder in the panel, that's for sure. Indeed, I mean, with my title as the chair of the Employment Committee, I should be in the next panel that's about skilling, and this being the European Year of Skills, I had a lot of things to say on that one. Yeah, but we have a vote at 3 o'clock, so I would excuse me myself to go to the vote. There, that's life. I can't move the vote, and I need to be there because I'm co-chairing it, so yeah. The reason for which I was so enthusiastic in joining you is that in my previous life, in another life, I've been actually a co-founder with a Los Angeles US partner for this pre-seed seed fund in Romania. And at that time, it was one of the, let's say, pioneering initiatives in groundbreaking to help with commercialization, very early stage innovations. Now, what I can tell you is that in my life, even before that, I was
so many lives.
Exactly. I was an academic, and I was actually studying industrial policy and clusters. And now everything fits together. Now, a few words about Romania and I would say Central Eastern Europe ecosystem. I would say that it has a lot of features that are similar to the Baltics. But what you are going to see there, because of the size of the market in Poland or Romania, you will find that you have really oases of technology and innovation that you would never expect to be there. For those that have followed, for instance, a company such as UiPath, you would imagine that this is coming from some sort of ecosystem that is developing there. And indeed, for instance, if you talk about clean tech in Romania, you can go from one extreme to the other. So the government is understanding clean tech as renewable energies and solar panels, this kind of stuff. Whereas you have a really strong digital industry that is serving the clean industry that is really notable. So if you are to, pick some support for the digital support of the clean tech sector, I mean, Romania is one of the usual suspects where you need to do. And I would say other Central and Eastern European countries as well. Now, one of the interesting things is that right now we have a big debate going on. We are talking about public intervention. And the choices on the table are, if we are to support someone, who are we to support? Are we to support big companies, multinationals, big investments, or are we going to support ecosystems? And I feel that this is actually one of the very important questions. Why is it relevant for Romania? For Romania, I was the co-rapporteur on the RRF, and by the way, I had a direct role in delivering the RRF and then Repower EU, so regulation can also help. It's not always detrimental if it's done, in the right way. I'm just trying to support what we are doing in the Parliament, so I'm, here to defend that together with Martin and other colleagues. So the whole point is that a country such as Romania right now has 100 billion euros to invest. And the first feeling of the government are to invest in state-owned companies or state projects, which is really something that will distort the market and will go exactly against the idea of having a flourishing ecosystem where free initiative and entrepreneurship can develop. So I was enthusiastic in joining you because I really feel that there is a need of a balance between state initiatives, multinationals, and small and local entrepreneurs. Now, we had concepts about ecosystem for a while, 3 decades, I would say. Michael Porter theory on clusters, we had that in Europe as well. In Romania, you do have energy clusters, even sustainable energy or bioenergy or things like that. So you have Timișoara, Cluj, Sfântu Gheorghe, even a less known area. So you do have that thing going on. But as you were saying, the government is doing policy without reaching out to the local ecosystems. So there is no link in between the ones that can change the paradigm in terms of what clean tech is and means, and the government policy. So we have delivered a lot of resources at European level, but then at government level, national, in the member states, they might have no clear clues on what to do with them. So that's why after being part of the legislation, right now I will be the ally or the friend of any initiative that is bottom-up and is trying to put some sense into how we spend the money. So that's actually, answering your question why I'm here, the intruder from the MEP, as an MEP.
Not an intruder, a welcome addition. Thank you so much for the intervention. I'm also glad you brought up the local aspect in the CEE region, because I learned from Susanna and Jules that there are more local clean tech initiatives being planned across Europe, so that can only be applauded. I want to move to the next point, which is we've heard a lot of positive things about having regional initiatives in place. What are some of the problems, the challenges, the barriers that we still need to overcome to really be able to develop a full-scale ecosystem across the board? Celine, do you want to take this one first?
Well, too much. It stands into, we tag along that debate before regulation for big, large situation in France that, you need to make things possible. So that's first. So to make it possible, you need to have a product. We were mentioning the fact that you're just new. If you produce, you consume together, you're just new. You're just out there, there's no space for existing. So some of it is regulation. Then I think behind the line, and to respond to what you just said, I think we, at least for France, underestimate two things at stake. One is we need to shift a big, large boat of existing stuff that are running without enough clean tech inside. So, and that change, we can think of us being in like Cinderella, like it's going to disappear. But it's a big, large movement to change the existing landscape. And then there's the other part, which is to build the new economy, the new clean tech economy. And these two things are running at the same time and asking a lot of issues. So to close up, I think what is really important and what matters, that very nice leadership things happening in Romania or elsewhere in Europe or even in France can have this internal market being a reality. And means if you have regulation issues in your own hometown, then you also have regulation issues in Germany in all the different markets where you can grow and be there to be a real big, large scale up. This is what needs to happen. There's big leadership potential of all of us, and from the ground up, this leadership needs to be pushing towards the neutrality. And so it's not going to be always that easy when you fight for being a leader, but surely enough, there's space for a lot of different innovators that are capable of leading, and probably that's what strikes me the most always, looking at what Cleantech for Europe has achieved, that there's really the need for and the appetite for bringing and going one step further into having this journey being a collaborative one.
Yeah, and that's something that's been brought up in other panels as well. Definitely challenges that I recognize. Erkki, do you also want to weigh in sort of the barriers that we still need to tear down or overcome?
Yeah, definitely. In Estonia, there's elections are coming, right? So that's a barrier. Especially, I guess, in the way I brought it in is because of the communications. So if you say clean tech, it automatically means innovative technologies that are more expensive, that only the higher end of the population can afford. And then you have support mechanisms on the other hand, and those support mechanisms, for example, are also maybe giving you like 5,000, 4,000 euros off an electric car that you would like to buy, but then also taking into account that those electric cars actually are also offered for a higher end of the population. So meaning that the clean tech itself is still a perception of a wealthy kind of a household or wealthy family. So now turning that into elections conception, nobody wants to say that we are now going, we're going to make a green transition. If you say a green transition in a party in Estonia, well, in the more conservative ones, then automatically you lose your voters, your votes. So that definitely is, and that's what we are also trying to work on how to kind of tailor tailor-make an election platform, as well, basically, not per se, for each of the party. So, I mean, every party wants to or needs to take into account that the current economy that we have, which tends to be rather fossil fuel-based or energy intensive, that needs to be converted into a more sustainable one, and then what this sustainability means for each of the party, or, well, then each of the kind of the proportion of the population. So that is essential. That's a barrier that we're working on. But there's many, many ways around, and I guess the energy crisis that we have today, that actually gives a tremendously good opportunity to do that as well, to tackle that via innovation and bring those solutions in that actually contribute to energy efficiency, energy savings, in industries, in manufacturing, etc. as well.
So regulation, lack of scale-up financing has been brought up. Local politics, which is a new one, but very much true. Magnus, can you think of anything else that needs to be improved?
I was just thinking, I mean, what the problems really are. I mean, we have a good thing going, but the problem is that we need to do it faster. Isn't that the thing? That's why we are here, right? Because it's humming along nicely, more investments in, but we have just a number of years to fix the climate problem. So it needs to go faster. So, and you can do that with capital, obviously. That's one of the things that is needed. It's been talked about. But I also think if I should add something, is real collaboration. We have had reason to study the Nordic countries now when we work with Cleantech for Nordics. And it turns out there's not a whole lot of collaboration between the Nordic countries. We don't see it. So, and that's on that level. What then in other perspectives? How much do we collaborate with Spain, for example, in Sweden, when it comes to grow clean tech? We don't do it. No one is doing it. And when we do it, we do it with the perspective of Sweden selling to Spain, which is a very inefficient way to do things. If you change your perspective and talk about clean tech growth, and you find collaborations between actors in Spain that see clean tech growth as their main purpose, and similar from Sweden, then you can have an efficient type of growth. We can help at least in the system with that. That I think is important.
Good intervention, faster, and more collaboration for sure. Mr. Pislaru, I know you have to leave in 2 minutes to the vote, so I'm going to give you sort of the final words on this.
Thank you. I mean, I will use it also for a PR, as a PR moment, so because I want to do a follow-up on that. So it's quite interesting. I mean, I'm coming, as Martin here, from Renew Europe. We're the center of the political landscape here in Brussels, and we are both pro-markets and pro-green transition, which is kind of interesting. Now, if you go to our left, then you are going to have probably accepting green transition, but less pro-market. If you are going to our right, you will find more people that are pro-market, but they don't like to be very much disrupted with green stuff. So it's actually an interesting balance, and it will be very interesting because you are saying that not so many people are voting for the green transition. I would say that this landscape is going to change, but that's, again, that was my PR moment. I'll stop it here, and I will leave you to vote in the next parliamentary elections and local elections. Now, very important. I believe that it's obviously, if you are looking at the factors or the obstacles, you are looking to see if we have appropriate financing, if you know, they have the bureaucratic thing. I will say, because I'm at the chair of the employment committee, that one of the important things is talent and human capital. And I would advocate for the fact that there's no way Europe can be competitive without actually focusing on the skills and the people. And that's very important. I mean, if we look at the IRA, I mean, it's about money and we would like to create a sovereignty fund and so on, but that's not enough. It's exactly that. We need to have a broader collaboration among people that have the talent and the energy and entrepreneurship skills to do that. And that's something that we need to nourish. We still have segregated markets. We still have oases or clusters that are not interlinking and cooperating. So I would advocate, in the end of my intervention right now, is that what we need is to have a clean tech alliance not only of companies, but of people that are really believing that they can actually change the landscape. Right now what is happening is that a lot of politicians are preferring to give money to replicate things rather than to innovate things, exactly what you mentioned. Moonshot initiatives are not encouraged. I'm in contact with an organization that you know, JEDI, that is actually trying to say we need a European DARPA. We need someone that can actually finance, really ambitious entrepreneurial initiatives. And we don't do that. And we were on the verge to put that in the ITRE committee and to push it. But unfortunately, right now, we react to the US thing instead of having the initiative of moonshotting in Europe. So it's a game that is still on. Of course, it takes time and energy, but that's why I think that I feel really motivated to work with you guys in trying to change the landscape, not just replicating things that there are, and by the way, giving a lot of free money for that, which is distorting the market and is not allowing resources to do the moonshotting and be there really competitive. Thank you.
Great.
And sorry that I needed to.
No worries. Thank you for highlighting that dynamic and enjoy the vote. Thank you for joining the panel. Now we're going to talk about the positive again, some achievements, some success stories, some best practices that you've learned that you are willing to share with your colleagues on stage, but also with the rest of the audience, both online and offline. Tobias, I'm going to turn to you first. What are some of the things specific to Germany that have been implemented that you've played a role in sort of getting across the finish line that you think we should know about?
Well, I think there's a lot in terms of talent. I think is probably the most promising, and that's also why I would say I'm probably one of the most optimistic people in Europe when it comes to the 1.5 degrees target, because I think we can actually still make it. We have the talent, we have the IP. I think a lot of the R&D has already happened. I think we're standing on the verge of a massive scale-up wave that's happening, and we see, at least from Berlin where we work, we see a lot of stars aligning and moving in the right direction. I think we also have an increasing number of very professional funds, both on the VC, on the equity side, but also on the PE side, then later for the scale up. Debt financing is coming into play. I think there's still quite a few puzzle pieces missing, but on the bigger trajectories, I think there's a lot of things really coming together. And I think especially more and more founders moving into clean tech or climate tech, as we call it, I think is super important. The chemists, the physicists, the people that really own the technology, and then matching them with really smart and experienced business founders to commercialize. That's happening, and that's I think is very stimulating and very, very energizing. I think it's also something, it's very, very exciting to witness that. In terms of the regulatory environment, the market access, yes, there are some things that have been achieved, I would say, amazing that we're there now. So that, for instance, that big corporates with high emissions are willing to pay a green premium, that companies and CEOs are realizing that it's not so much just a price competition, but actually a supply competition to make sure you have your green hydrogen, to make sure you have access to your e-fuels, to make sure you have access to your green building materials, etc. So I think that's a massive shift. All that happened without government, though, I must admit. I think where government, whether it's national governments, regional governments, or here at the European level, I think there's still a few things where, especially when it comes to de-risking some of these larger projects or catalytic funding, I think that's where still a lot can happen. At the same time, we see the debate shifting, so I think that's very positive. So people are starting to ask the right questions. Complex funding instruments like contracts for difference or carbon contracts for difference are now being rolled out. Germany has a CFD, I think that's groundbreaking, and they just launched their first auction for green e-fuels. We're very closely supporting the German government on their Klimaschutzverträge, the carbon contracts for difference, which I think also holds a big promise to really fasten or fast-track the green transition. And so all that creates a demand pull, and that will allow investors to put money into green tech companies or climate tech companies to really, lead that new generation of European industry. And I think this is also when it comes to jobs and other things that of course politicians also need to keep in mind. That's where the promise is. We will create much more jobs and create much more prosperity with climate tech than we've seen in the previous century with fossil industries. And that's really what makes me very hopeful.
Great. Some best practice that we can learn from, for sure. Céline, do you also want to weigh in some concrete examples of things that have been achieved that you want to highlight?
I'm going to risk an answer because I was like, what is a good, nice, well-done stuff that I want to talk about? And I'm like, okay, we're going to make it happen into a 24, or we're going to make that case, striking case, I hope, at Cleantech for France. And lots of good examples here and there, lots of complexity to be well enough saying, hey, that's a very great thing you should, guys, learn upon. I have a hard time doing that. I have a hard time saying, yeah, what needs to be learned from us after 6 months that needs to be going out there? I'm not sure I can answer the question. That's the only real answer. The one thing that's for sure is across a common conviction is that the same guys are working in the same direction. So that's the most striking good results. And I see it happening all around, so I don't know how to export that, but just to say there's collaboration out there that needs to happen.
We're going to invite you back next year, and then you can highlight some concrete achievements then. Erkki, your chance to give some concrete examples.
Yes. I guess one of the successes definitely is that the founders that kickstart the businesses in the Baltics tend to stay in the Baltics as well. Even though that's not their target market. So it would make pretty much sense to move to the target market to be closer to the clients. So that's a great success, and I guess that pretty much says quite a lot also about the mentality of the founders of the local people that actually live there. In Estonia, for example, there is being issued a 100 million euro green fund that actually is originated from the RRF budget. But before that was issued, there was quite a lot of lobbying. Well, then my hat was Cleantech Estonia. So we were doing research around the founders of Cleantech startups, etc. And we actually came out with the results that there's a huge demand for capital for those companies actually to succeed and not to move out by being lured, with foreign funding into other countries. So that's definitely a huge success. This 100 million euros will be leveraged also with the private capital, and the first funds will be issued this year or end of this year. There's a lot going into auditing industries, so making green audits for the industries, but then also establishing the roadmaps for larger companies. We have larger energy companies going IPO or going public on the market, so the people can also have a say in the world. In general, the startup sector itself, although in all of the 3 countries, it's on a different maturity level. So I can speak about Estonia a bit more, but I know that's not too interesting maybe. But the countries, if bound together, it's kind of like a hub for unicorns. Although I don't know if Cleantech startups should be unicorns, but rather, I don't know, zebras or dragons or what they have now. So that definitely also says a lot about the founders' mentality. So there's a mentality of founders giving back. That's in all of the 3 countries, it's the same. As the countries are small, agile, prone to adopt innovation on municipality level, on governmental level, there's different programs to actually pilot test the new initiatives or new projects and startups and ideas. So that all boils down to that the founders that actually establish their companies get successful and then invest into either funds or do direct investments into startups that go hand in hand with their heart. So what tends to be the future of their kids, their prodigy, and that tends to be also in sustainability.
The flywheel, as the cool kids call it.
Yes.
I'm conscious of the time, so we're going to wrap up the discussion. I do want to ask Magnus one last time, because if there's one thing I've learned from this panel discussion, but also the rest of the day, is that nothing is going to happen without collaboration and partnerships and working together. Do you have any ideas on how this collaboration can be improved, not just for Cleantech Scandinavia and for the Nordics, but across Europe?
Well, I don't know. I'm a very practical-oriented person. So when I talk about the need for increased real collaboration between Nordic countries and between other countries in Europe. One thing that I have set up is an accelerator exchange model, for example, where I have partners in the Netherlands, Spain, and growing to other countries, where we will do just that. We will work together to grow clean tech companies internationally. It's very hands-on, but it is focused on the growth in itself. And what I've realized is that that's a whole lot easier to work when you have that in your focus, that is what we do when we do that together. So my Dutch friends are equally happy if they can get a Swedish company to grow, and I'm also very happy if I can get a Dutch company to grow. That's true collaboration, I think, and a very fast collaboration as well compared to bringing delegation. We should do that as well, but the delegations that go hat in hand, try to sell what they have, it's a slow process. It's needed, but the other one is more fast and direct. So things like that, and you can do it. Test bedding is another thing where I've seen in EU, there's test beds everywhere. If you ask them, how much do you collaborate internationally? None of them. They only work on their own little island, and they do the tests. They don't even spread the results of the tests. So this is another area where you can actually speed up collaboration as well. Create an international testbed community, for example, and work together.
Well, I love your mentality, and excellent note to end on, I would say. Thank you all for highlighting regional initiatives, and keep up the good work, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin, for the wonderful job, and to all your panelists as well for drawing us into that discussion. Now, we're going to move on to our next panel, which will be moderated by my colleague from Euractiv, Ciara Taylor, who is a journalist. This panel is going to be about how to enable green skilling. At the very beginning this morning, the Vice President, Margarita Vestager, said that one of the frustrations facing the industry is the difficulty in finding the right people at the right time for the important jobs that we need to have done. So we've talked a lot about here about getting the money, but getting the people is equally as important. So we're going to hear a lot about that. We're going to talk about how to bridge the skills that are critical to reach those 2030 targets, and ask the question, what are the successful initiatives that are already taking place, and how could those perhaps be shared and emulated from one company to another? Ciara, thank you very much. What are you expecting to get out of the panel? You're looking forward to hearing some insights, I believe.
Yeah, indeed. So thank you, Jennifer. As mentioned, this panel will be discussing how to ensure Europe has the skilled workers it needs to get the clean transition done. My name is Ciara Taylor. I cover EU energy and environment policy. And today I'll be moderating this conversation. The speakers, I hope, are on their way up to the stage in a moment, because you don't want to hear from me. So over about the next 45 minutes, we'll hear from these three speakers working in the area of skills and also clean technology. We'll start with a quick introduction to the training projects being run by Vercors and Voltaire. We have two speakers from them, and then move on to a Q&A discussion. Towards the end of the session, we'll also have time for questions from the audience, so feel free to start thinking some of those up. Also, if you're following online or in the room, you can join in by sharing your thoughts on Twitter using the hashtag Cleantech4Europe. So as we heard Executive Vice President Vestager say earlier, 2023 is the European Year of Skills, aiming at boosting the knowledge of how many skills we actually have and where there are skill gaps. And the major transition that Europe is taking part in to move towards clean and renewable technology will require a huge amount of skills. So to discuss this, I want to bring our speakers up onto the stage. Let's start with Sevim Aktas, who's a policy officer at DG Klima, working on climate and energy legislation. Do you have a microphone? And we have a microphone here, so if I invite you to come and sit down and take the microphone as you come past. So Sevim is a policy officer at DG Klima, please feel free to sit down, and working on climate and energy legislation. Alongside this, she helps inform young people about energy and climate topics in the EU and shares career tips on her Instagram account. I'm sure She will be able to share the handle so that you can all go and follow that afterwards. I'll also invite Avit Javorek, who is the Chief Financial Officer at Voltaire, a digital platform accelerating the adoption of clean energy technologies in residential buildings. Voltaire has also set up a training center, which I'm sure we'll hear more about. And finally, I think we have Gilles Moreau, who is the co-founder of Verkor, which was founded in 2020 to fast-track low-carbon battery production in France. And I think we might be sharing the microphone between you, but excellent. Or we'll have another one coming. So thank you all for joining us. I'd like to start by asking our two business representatives to maybe tell us a bit about the skill training centers which they are working on. Vit, let's start with you. What is Voltaire doing to boost skills?
So, can you hear me? So, hi, my name is Vit. Thank you for inviting me. Voltaire is a Prague-based, now operating in Poland, Germany, and Italy, startup cleantech company focused on the acceleration of adoption of clean energy technologies for buildings. What it effectively means is that we support and enable an installation at scale of heat pumps and PV systems in particular in residential buildings across Europe. We have developed a digital platform that enables a connection of consumers, supply chains, and technicians who then ultimately deliver and install and perform the installation. In our platform, basically, the technician is connected with the consumer, and thus we enable a faster delivery of heat pumps especially. And by that meaning that we have a large network of technicians in our platform that are able to deliver and install heat pumps to customers. So, in order to grow that network, because it's not that easy to actually acquire skilled technicians for heat pump installations in particular, we have developed something called Voltaire Academy, in which we provide trainings, practical trainings, both practical and theoretical trainings for technicians in order to requalify, for example, from gas boiler installations to heat pump installations and so on. So on one hand, we provide them with technical training, being able to install and maintain those, let's say, future-proof energy technologies. And on the other hand, we also train them how to be more efficient in their work by adopting some digital skills as well. Because what we have found is that technicians, on average, spend 50% of their time not doing value-added work. So we try to equip them with applications and digital skills in order to bridge this gap and increase the productivity.
Excellent, thank you. And Gilles, let's come to you next. We've heard what's happening at Voltaire. Can you tell us a bit about what Verkor is doing to train people?
Yes, so I introduced myself quickly earlier. So I'm one of the co-founders of Verkor. Verkor, we are a gigafactory. So we are building an industrial facility. We are starting the work in Dunkirk. The aim is to produce 16 gigawatt-hour of batteries. This is worth 300,000 cars, actually. And we have built today, with the amount of money raised that I talked about earlier, a pilot line, and we have set up quite an amazing team. And now we are starting the work for Dunkirk on the full gigafactory, so that will require a bit of money again, so 1.5 billion. So that's going to be a huge work again, but that's what we do. And in terms of skills, from the very beginning of Verkor, we had to face the fact that in Europe we are not equipped today for let's say, rebuild a battery ecosystem. So I'm an electrochemist, so I've been working on batteries and fuel cells for 20 years. And when I graduated, we were 10 in my engineering school being graduate for electrochemistry. It's a bit more now, for 40 people, something like that, on this dedicated topic. We are the only school in France, and I think there is only 2 of those schools in Europe. So for battery, like 40 people, and the gigafactory will require a lot of money, but obviously a lot of people also. So we will need 2,000 people. So 40 each year compared to 2,000, we have a gap. So obviously, we don't need only engineers, but that's where we saw an issue. So we worked on it. So we built a consortium together with a lot of, so we are 12, with other organizations, training organizations, some industrial company, and a local school. And we are trying to address all the talents need from high school to PhD. So technical jobs as well as very scientific jobs. The project was funded, so actually it's subsidies that is helping this project to being set up. And it was funded middle of last year, and we are in the process of doing the first cohort, so the first classroom to be trained. So it's the very beginning, but yeah, we feel it's mandatory for what we want to do.
Thank you. And it's really interesting to hear you talk about it moving all the way from high school through to PhD, and also the massive skills gap in batteries alone, let alone the rest of clean technology. Savine, maybe let's come to you next. Where do you see the biggest skill gap when it comes to clean technology? And where is it coming from? Is it that we need to go and get children engaged in this in schools, in universities, or is it just training throughout people's lives?
So welcome, first of all. I'm happy to be here, and also really nice listening to you two, I have to say, just now. And I think you already touched on the biggest skills gap there is. It's a technical one, and it's the workforce one. So there are a great deal of students, on all kinds of levels out there. The matter is of grabbing their attention, reskilling existing people. I mean, I'm not saying anything new. We touched upon it in a previous panel as well. But that is literally the biggest challenge, reskilling people and getting people interested. And there is a group of people that I see, a group of students, let me say, who have the luxury to choose for their passion. So, that's a treat that you can throw in front of them, let me say, by motivating them and inspiring them to work in clean tech and, for the energy transition, climate change, etc. But then there's a huge group of people as well who are just in the workforce and who cannot afford to choose for passion, but just need to feed their families and get around. So from that perspective, there are these two big groups, let me say, that I see that we need to support majorly.
And I'd like to come to you next. How easy is it to find the people to train? Do you find that people are coming to you, or do you find that actually you're having to promote this type of thing?
I think honestly that's a combination. We do both. There are plenty of those technicians that do see those opportunities in terms of, let's say, sustainable energy careers, almost, as we kind of also presented to them. However, sometimes, and that really depends, and I wanted to accent this, that there is a kind of regional granularity angle that we need to take when talking about talent, because those are craftsmen located in diverse regions across countries. And in some regions, there is already this awareness that they come freely and they're really interested in pursuing something new, maybe acquiring new skills, getting a really sustainable energy career. While in some other regions where the awareness may not be that low or demand not that high for those technologies, we really need to approach them a bit more proactively.
And Gilles, I'd like to come to you next, because that's an interesting point that Vit raises about, it's how many skills do you have, but then actually are people ready to start implementing these types of things? Do you find that the skills are increasing in pace at the same time as the demand for batteries?
So actually, yes. We are in a very how to say that, very attractive period for sustainability for sure, but also for our industry. We are based in Grenoble, in the French Alps, and we have the chance to also have other industry fostering, thriving in this ecosystem, including microchips, actually, with ST Microelectronics and Soitec. And those guys are also looking for very industrial talents, let's say maintenance, for example. That's something that there's no need to be trained on the battery at the very beginning. So we have the opportunity with those colleagues of us, with those other industrial, to build the attractiveness for this kind of jobs. And I think it will be a big deal because we are always talking about having less industrial job and less factory in Europe. But we together as an industry, not only Cleantech, but the whole industry, to show that those jobs are interesting and it's not the whole, let's say, old school industrial dirty stuff. We can have a microchip industry. It's an amazing industry. Battery industry is also incredible. We have to change this image that the industry have in Europe. It's a big deal, and today it's a good opportunity to do it, I think.
So Wim, I'd like to come to you next with that idea of, maybe young people might have that a lot of industry is maybe leaving Europe. I think young people as well may struggle with the idea of climate change and may not know what they are able to do to combat it. How can young people become involved in these types of things?
Raising awareness is always like a go-to. I mean, for me, for example, I'm an engineer myself. I did, multidisciplinary engineering, but I specialize in energy systems. I did work for a smart renovation company for a while, and I learned a lot there about vocational work too. For example, I mean, I was mainly working for the directors, but at the same time, I was also on the construction side, and supervising stuff. So it was both ways, and that's where I truly saw like the difference in interest. I was joining the company and that's what I mentioned earlier as well. I was joining the company because I want to contribute to the energy transition. So it's a motivational aspect. But the people on construction side, they were there, like doing their job. And all of a sudden, we're also talking about carbon accounting and reporting and all these things coming together as well. And like, if I would be like on site, like building and putting the insulation panels up, I would be like, what do you want from me? Like, what are these extra things that I need to do now? I'm just saying this to acknowledge that it's not easy and that it does require a big step forward in that regard. But what I do see from especially the young population here in Europe, particularly because of my Instagram account, so EU Green Deal Brief, what I do there is I share energy and climate briefings to make these topics more accessible. Because if you would have told me in my second year's bachelor, where I was solving my thermodynamics exercises about the EU and the Green Deal, I would have said, I don't care, it has nothing to do with me, and it couldn't have been further away from me. So there's something that happened clearly. I'm not going to dive into the story. A lot of coincidences, let me say, that led me to this position where I'm working now in DG Klima in the European Union and the European Commission Union in this regard. But that was also one of the reasons why I created this Instagram account, to raise more awareness about these type of opportunities. And what I find particularly interesting is when people message me saying, hey, Sivim, I'm an engineer myself. I would have had no idea that you can do this at the European Commission where technical skills are required. I'm working on very technical files in my day-to-day job. Hey, I've never had this on my agenda. Like, thanks for sharing this job opportunity. I applied for it, and guess who's starting soon? Amazing. So it's like these little connections or little connection points, interference points, let me say, that we can create by interacting with this population a little bit more, because there's a lot of demand, there's a lot of like interests, and a lot of motivation as well in this group, where like it's your future workers. I can see it already. Talking about skills and talking about getting more of them on board. So I see huge potential there. I see a huge interest, because it's crazy what kind, like the motivation that I see, especially happening on Instagram, for example, with the interactions. But there's definitely a long way to go as well at the same time.
Avi, I'd like to say this to you next. How can you get young people involved?
I think there's just, and thank you actually, Sabine, for mentioning what you just said, because I think there's just very low awareness at the level of, let's say, somewhere between high school probably, of those career opportunities, and that potentially pursuing a career as a craftsman or as someone working, as you said, with their hands, however, on highly value-added stuff like technologies such as heat pumps, whatever, sorry, I come from my background, people at the age of 11 to 14, they have no idea that anything like that exists, and it may be a lucrative activity. And I think that just raising awareness at that age of time and really having those education systems or programs tailored to preparing them for those jobs, which will be needed and will be needed much more than we have now, is something that we should be working on collectively as an awareness building program. And thank you for having Instagram on that.
And Jules, let's go to you next.
Yeah, if I can add something on this. So they don't know actually about those jobs. So I have two teenagers. They are aware a bit because I'm talking about my job, obviously, at home, but they don't know. So one of the things that we want to do with the consortium, I forgot to tell it, but it's called École de la Batterie in French, or battery school. That's pretty obvious. Yeah, we are trying to set up a board game just to make people understand quite easily, without any technical background, without knowing anything about the clean tech and all those stuff, but to put them in the position where they can understand and they can play, they can see what the consequences and so on. Let's say, I don't know how to say that exactly, but to give them the opportunity to understand more what we are doing and maybe to project into a job, maybe into a field, and we think that can be a good way to go into school and to start the discussion at least.
Well, I think we all know what we're getting for Christmas next year, and now a board game on clean technology. I'd like to move on. So we've talked a bit about awareness raising. I'd like to talk about the scalability of these types of projects. So are you looking at expanding, or are you looking at maybe collaborating with other projects? Let's come to you first.
Oh, very much so. So as I mentioned, as Walter is expanding into new geographies, new countries, we basically know that as part of building our network, the technician network in those countries, the academy plays an essential role in basically building those skill sets locally. And so when we think about kind of scaling that, we just need to scale multiple academies that they are placed, as I mentioned, regionally. Yeah, so that we can be within reach for those technicians that live in that region, will be performing jobs in that region. So ultimately, it's not about just having one huge training center centered in the capital city or something. It's more about picking the right regions where you know that those jobs will be needed, and tailoring and managing capacities of trainings in those local academy centers.
And do you think that's something which you would be able to fund yourself, or are you looking for outside sources of funding to be able to do that?
I think as part of our kind of business model, and honestly, it's not that huge of a training center. The training typically takes 2 days. We have a couple of heat pumps installed there and so on. So yes, we will be funding this ourselves. And basically, we take that as a bit of an acquisition cost to gain the technician as part of our business model. Yeah, but to do that really at scale and reach those 500,000 heat pump installers across Europe by basically tomorrow, if we think about the Repower EU ambitions, then yes, external funding would be definitely needed. Sorry.
And how about Verkor?
Yeah, so on our side, so collaboration, of course, is key. It's what we started with, a consortium. So for sure, we know how to collaborate locally with all the training services, the training organization locally. We have set up the École de la Batterie in Grenoble first, because that's where we have our HQ. And as we know, we will build the gigafactory in Dunkirk. We are duplicating it already in Dunkirk. We are also working with Allbats, which is a European project on skills for batteries also. So those guys have like same local training organization all over Europe. So we are working with them to try to optimize what we are doing. So that's, I think it's the scale part is not a big deal. Same for money. We don't need much. Actually, we are relying a lot on local training organizations. They have their own business model, so they are so it's okay for them. We are relying a lot of them. And in terms of scale, something that is quite interesting, we are trying to set up something in in the broader battery ecosystem, including equipment manufacturers. Because right now, actually, to be blunt, so far for the talent, we were relying on Asia, because we don't have people in Europe knowing how to build a gigafactory. So we have hired some people from Asia, and it's the same for equipment. So at the same time, we are setting up our own training center. We are also trying to set up the equipment manufacturer here in Europe. And I think that's the way we will be able to scale and to set up a strong foundation for the years to come for the gigafactories that will need to be built.
And Sabine, where do you see the European Commission coming in on this? Do you see it having a coordination role, or is it just more on the regulation?
No, totally. In fact, this year is the year of skills. I don't know whether anyone recalls, but last year was the year of youth. This year, the focus will be on skills and education, re-education, especially in the light of the Repower EU plan as well. So there are a bunch of initiatives that will come up, and many of them will be focusing on exactly these type of issues. So I would recommend to keep, maybe Vestager even mentioned it earlier today as well, she must have. But I would recommend to keep an eye on exactly these developments of initiatives from the Commission, because what I can imagine, just from a very logical point of view, I don't work on that, but just from a logical point of view, is that especially these type of programs will be, you know, like there's going to be a demand and support to scale these type of programs. So from that perspective, European Year of Skills, a quick Google will give you an overview of a very nice website with a lot of initiatives already.
I think it's interesting that we've moved from the Year of Youth into the Year of Skills, kind of that.
Year of Skills, yes, that's what I meant. Sorry, I said youth.
Well, it's a nice subsequent
it is, yes, it very much is. It very much is. But maybe something that I can encourage some of you. I know it requires work, but for me, the energy transition came only on my agenda because Kees Colin, who used to be the former CEO of Booking.com, decided to switch his career and get into clean technologies. He's coming from my region in the Netherlands. He gave a presentation at my university, University of Twente. And all of a sudden, I was like, whoa, what the heck is happening there in the energy sphere? I had no idea back then. So this is happening 3rd years of my bachelor. And that was the moment for me where the energy topic, energy transition, came up for me as an interest, and where I saw all of a sudden my role in it as well. And I was like, you know what, my master's is clear now. I want to study energy systems. That's how it came to me. And I feel like here in this room, there are also a bunch of inspiring people. I mean, all of you, took the next step to take the risk to create a company or work for a company who is in this sphere. So I think your stories will be extremely interesting to university students especially. So I just want to encourage you to get more people like me on board to be part of the journey, because that's where it starts.
And there is a sense in which this is still probably quite a male-dominated sector. How can more women be inspired to come in? And did you maybe feel intimidated coming into it, or?
Good question. I had the same experience here. I have the same experience every time I go to an energy conference. It's always very little female. Same thing in the transport sector. For me, because I kind of grew up with it, I mean, I'm, engineering. I was the 5 out of 100, 5 females out of a class of 100 people. So I kind of grew up with it, and I got used to it. But what I noticed on my Instagram in particular, for example, is that 70% of my followers, so we're around 13,000 people on my Instagram right now. It's not a big bunch, but still a big deal for me. 70% of these are female. And I'm extremely happy to see that, just because, they get inspired to do their step into it as well. I mean, I'm referring to messages again, just because there are a lot of interactions always happening. But them saying, like, whoa, I printed out one of your posts, it's part of my visual board now, and I applied for XYZ because I see you as a person, and I see myself being you at some point as well. And that's for me, like, a really, I get extremely happy. It warms my heart to get messages like that. But that way, I at least hope to do my part in bringing more women into the sphere as well, by making them see that there is a role for them, by seeing a person who's already doing that.
I'd like to ask, do we have any questions in the room?
I just wanted to ask a bit about you're expanding to different countries, right? How are you thinking about setting up these training centers in different countries, and what are going to be the differences in terms of existing skills, I don't know, education habits, like, how are you thinking about, I don't know, Poland, Czechia, Romania, Slovakia, etc.?
No, that's a very good question, Jules, thank you. Honestly, I have to say, we'll see. Not fully there yet, but I mean, the initial idea and the initial approach that we're taking right now is that we're basically replicating, because ultimately the technology is the same across those countries. There may be some differences into kind of local regulatory schemes in terms of power flows and so on. But the concept of those trainings to develop, for example, reskill gas boiler installer to a heat pump installer is the same. So how we're thinking about that, we're replicating the model to the maximum extent. We're getting, of course, local trainers so that we bridge those language barriers that are obvious and inevitable. And however, what we really need to think about carefully is the locations. So as I mentioned, it's not like we expand to Germany and there is one academy in Germany. No, there will be likely 4, 5, 6 different academies depending on the kind of micro regions, so that we can be close to the technicians. They can come there repetitively for follow-on trainings and so on. So it's more about kind of really pinpointing the right place on the map.
And in terms of working with local communities, do you find that you have a good benefit to local communities? Do you work well with local councils?
Sorry, that's an interesting question. To be frank, we don't work with them that many because they don't have the touch, they don't have really the connection to the target audience that we're kind of working with. So I think in terms of local communities, it's more about within our business model, building that perception that basically the one who is installing your heat pump is basically your neighbor or someone you know from your local community. So you also have a kind of good feeling that you're contributing to him and not to some kind of a company based in somewhere very far away, and that he's actually involved and value is being created locally. I think that's the perception that we're trying to build.
That's very interesting. Maybe I can chip in. Because back in the Netherlands, during my studies, I was working with the region a lot on brain drain. So this is East Netherlands, and what happens there a lot is that university graduates, they go to West Netherlands because Amsterdam and Rotterdam is more fun to live than Twente, which is known for being the farmer area in the Netherlands. So for that, there was this brain drain initiative, and I was one of the people working on it together with the region, together with several municipalities actually, on programs like this, and with CEOs like you on setting it up, and we're like doing our job on sharing it across our student population. Totally, like I can share more information if you want, because it was really good practice. And so if you, for example, Google Twente board. There's a bunch of information on exactly this, because there were a lot of technicians. I mean, the East Netherlands is known for educating a lot of technical people, also occasional and vocational work. But yeah, I think there are also some really great practices on that. Yeah.
Well, I always love when we have these types of coffees set up mid-panels. Another question from inside the room.
Hi, it's also to Vit. How important, so Czech has a very strong public history in funding home renovation. Poland does too. Germany does too, which is what I noticed those are your 3 countries. Germany has 13,000 project managers already trained by Dana and the German Energy Agency. I was wondering, how connected are your installers with the finance solutions that often drive the economics for the homeowners? And is that kind of important? Do you see an opportunity for you to be more connected there to drive your training?
You mean for financing, like for the purchases of the equipment of the installation?
Exactly.
I think that's one of the frictions that we've seen in the market, and that's also kind of why even Voltaire came into existence, so to actually bring these solutions to the market, because the local technicians offering their own services, which is very much the traditional way in Czech Republic, Poland, but also broader CE region, they wouldn't have the access or even knowledge or even, I would say, ability to understand, well, sorry, that's a bit prerogative, but to distribute financial solutions and partner up with financial institutions and so on. So that's why Voltaire comes in there and basically helps them. So saying, we have a partnership with a retail bank and we can provide financial solutions. You just focus on what matters to you and what you can do the best, which means installation, and we can kind of complement each other in that way so that we deliver the great customer experience to the customer.
I think we had 2 other questions. If I can ask to have one after the other, we can roll them together.
Yes, hello. I'm representing the Cleantech startups and the talents from the Technical University of Munich. And we also have an issue for sure with hiring and talents, and I totally agree. We have also an issue with female students in deep tech studies that could be improved. And I really, just more statement than a question, I really like you mentioning Sevin as being a kind of ambassador for pushing those things forward. I think here as a group, we should also aim for to make this thing more attractive and to show more the opportunity. I think things like Friday for Futures gave a push for the younger generation, but we also have to show that studying deep tech and really creating a scalable impact out of this is a great opportunity. Climate is not only an issue or challenge, it is a great opportunity, and that would be really, really beneficial. We tried as a university, but I think that's not enough. I would be really, really happy if my startups would say we have a lot of talents and we cannot solve the applications, but currently it's the other way around.
Speaking of Friday for Future, the last startup that I worked for actually often let employees have the afternoon off to go and demonstrate, which I think was a good practice and leads into my next question, which is for the entrepreneurs on the panel about kind of employer branding and how much of the clean tech aspect you play up when you're looking to recruit. I know, speaking from personal experience, the last 2 jobs I went to, it was explicitly because I believed in the mission and the values that these companies were going to, help improve and accelerate the transition. And then a related sub-question for Sevim about, do you see any generational differences in your work, or is there anything you could comment between the older generation of workers that may need to reskill and how, younger employees may be thinking about these choices?
Thank you. We're quickly running out of time, so I'd ask for very quick answers. But Gilles, let's come to you first.
Yeah, so let's say in terms of how much are we playing on the clean tech side of the job, quite a lot, actually. And we are in the French Alps, so the other, let's say 1/2, and the other half is we can ski. So that will be half-half. No, and for real, we see a difference in the generation for sure. We are discussing with a lot of people for upscaling, reskilling, and reskilling, and those guys are less into clean tech attractiveness, but that's fair, and we are educating them. That's part of the job.
Yeah, on our side, I think I wouldn't even say that we're playing on clean tech as a company and employer brand. It's more about the purpose of the company and kind of really communicating that we're not here just for profit, for growth, for whatever like kind of financial metrics, but also for a sustainability and for a better world going forward. And I think ultimately when we talk to many of new joiners with the company, that's why they choose to join, not for the perks, not for the benefits, but really kind of to contribute to something more meaningful than just a job. Just in a quick show.
And on the generational divide, do you see more movement in the younger generation?
Yeah, very interesting question. I mean, based on my follower base, for example, it's usually people from 15 to 30 years old. And they're extremely motivated. I mean, there's a reason why they follow energy and climate person, like sharing knowledge. But they're extremely motivated. And if there's one platform where your jobs or whatever is being published, I would be so happy to reference to it. And I think many people would be really, really happy because every time I publish jobs there, I see something coming across LinkedIn. I was like, this might be interesting screenshot. And I link it on my Instagram. I get usually around 100 clicks or something on it. So, I mean, it's for me, it's great to see, one, because I'm like, nice, I made a connection there. But second, it's also great to see that interest happening. In my own work, I mean, I do policy development, and I'm the youngest person in the team, but I work in DG Klima. And DG Klima for me is a great working place. I love all my colleagues who are the average age is around 40. And I have a lot of fun with them during my day-to-day as well, which is not a given because it can be quite difficult sometimes as well because of the priorities. We don't go out on a lot of drinks, for example, which I really like to do after work. But stuff like that also comes into, a job, deciding for what kind of job you go for. Interest-wise, yeah, no, I think we're extremely passionate. I mean, my team is just the best. I love them because we're all just very, very passionate on it. I work with DG ENER as well, so the energy department of the Commission, and same thing I saw there as well, very, very passionate people, and that's just what makes me happy. And at some point, really, when it came to me, for example, making a decision on which job I should go for, it was less on the topic, in fact, but more on the team. So still in the climate sphere, but what I'm working on right now, for example, is not necessarily my expertise. I did energy systems, so I know all about like the engineering part of it, but what I do right now is carbon accounting and carbon removals. So totally different. I'm just trying to throw in some ideas, and also that the working space and the people, the team also plays an extremely big role in this. That's how I chose my final team, let me say, where I work in now for more than 6 months. And I just love it, and the way it motivates me and pushes me, and it's just like a totally different story than anywhere I worked before.
So I think that's really interesting, looking at raising the awareness, creating the scalability, but also making a job which people want to do, whether it's because they can ski or because they like the team, or hopefully everything together. Well, thank you for all our questions. That's about all we have time for. I'd like to just ask our panelists to give a quick closing statement, maybe 30 seconds, so that everyone can go and grab their coffee. Gilles, let's start with you. What's your takeaway from our discussion today?
I think, first of all, maybe the last part of it, we have to attract people. We have to show that this kind of work are worth doing and are worth changing the direction of your career. So that's make a lot of sense.
And Vit, next.
For me, I think what I take away is that we all share the same pain points and the same challenges when it comes to upskilling and reskilling workforce facing the let's say, clean tech application and deployment. And what I also take away is that there is definitely need for promotion and awareness building about careers in clean tech that are coming up, that will be attractive, that will be lucrative even for people, and we just need to tell them early on so that they can adapt in their education system.
And so Wim, finally, you have the final word.
Yeah, 2 things actually. First of all, I really like this 2-day heat pump training program. I would love to do it myself as well, in fact. Sometimes I miss the technical part, like being on the tech itself again. But secondly, what I want to highlight again is my generation, let me say, or like existing students, these are the people where we can still do a change in their lives with just one talk, like one inspiration, one idea. Those are the people where we can still plant the seeds. And if we can do that through promotional exercises, through raising awareness, by you guys doing talks and inspiring the people, like getting in touch with them, attending networking events at universities, whatever it might be, it can influence their life and the fate of Europe as well. So
I think that's an excellent point to finish on. Thank you, and thank you all for your time. Thank you for listening, and we can hand back to Jennifer.
Well, I have only the very briefest of announcements to make, which is that it's coffee break time. So be back here in 20 minutes for our last panel, which Jules is going to moderate on scaling up finance.
So nice meeting you too.
Same.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats. It's our final thematic panel of the day. Thank you very much. If you could all please come in and close the door for those of us who are going to follow the panel. And if you're going to continue a conversation, please continue it outside. Okay, thank you very much. Our final thematic panel of today is Scale Up Finance. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you are going to continue a conversation, please do it outside. We have speakers here who've given up their valuable time to join us. Please give them the attention they deserve. Thank you. So, as I said, this final panel, which will be moderated with great aplomb, I am sure, by Jules, will focus on rethinking clean tech to scale up finance. And he has a series of panelists here. You can see the names here behind you, but I will hand over the floor to Jules to introduce them in more detail.
Thank you very much. But come, please take a seat. And Jean-Christophe, you could come up on stage as well. There you are. Okay. Applause for Jean-Christophe. All right. So, finance. Obviously, we've already mentioned finance many times today as both a really important challenge for those companies looking to scale, but also an incredible opportunity if we get it right. So I wanted to first set some context about what we mean by clean tech financing. And maybe it'll help if you all picture a very, very young company or a very, very young technology looking to make a difference and looking to make it big in the EU. It'll typically spend years researching its technology, likely with help from a university, likely with help from European programs like Horizon Europe. And then once it's ready to turn its technology into a business, it'll get incorporated and look for seed funding, which is typically the first round of funding that a company raises, typically to take that technology to something that is commercially viable. And if good milestones are hit, that company will typically go to Series A and then Series B to continue to test product market fit. And again, if all goes well and if this early commercialization works well, now's the time to really scale it, both to scale the technology, but also the industrialization, the business, basically, hopefully conquer Europe, right? And so then the challenge becomes, how do you reach the 27 member states with what kind of financing, et cetera, et cetera. And we already established this morning that the big challenge is there, right? It's at this scale-up juncture where companies need growth equity that we're sorely lacking. They need debt finance. They need bankable demand, et cetera, right? So the key questions that I would like to ask this extraordinary panel today, one is, why are we really struggling with this scale-up finance in the EU? What are the needs that we're not meeting in a way today? And then I would like to go into solutions, but maybe differentiating between what can be done right now, what are short-term fixes that we can think of as a panel that would really benefit the European clean tech industry, and then as maybe in a second round, what are some more medium or long-term fixes that we need to bring? So to answer these questions, honestly, I couldn't have dreamed of a better panel. I'll start with you, Craig. You're the founding partner at World Fund, which is one of the largest climate investors in the EU. You've recently received a 50 million euro check from the EIF, who is represented today by its incoming chief executive, Margrethe Vestager. We're also extremely honored to have you today. Stéphane, you're previously head of unit at the Innovation Fund, which is another critical instrument here in this conversation. You're now an advisor at large at DG Climat, so we'll ask you about those two different hats. And Jean-Christophe, of course, you describe yourself as the money person at EIB, I think so, but you're Director General and Head of Lending at the European Investment Bank. Very grateful that you four could make the time. Maybe I'll start with you, Craig, as a Cleantech veteran, to ask you anything in my kind of opening description that you would like to add to in terms of the needs and the gaps. And then how does that compare to, say, what's taking place in the US?
Sure. In terms of kind of the needs and the gaps, I mean, you've highlighted it perfectly. Like, we're really good at early stage R&D. You know, a third of the world's best tech research institutions, a third of the world's patents, more startups in the climate space than the US and China combined, and a third of the capital that went into North America, right? That kind of gives you the relative difference, the challenge that we're facing. And that capital is almost entirely, as you identified, in that scale-up phase. So, you know, there's plenty of people around the table if you want to raise 1 to 5 million. If you want to go out and raise your first-of-a-kind project, first-of-a-kind plant, and get that to commercial scalability, where a generalist investor can look at the numbers of it and say, okay, that's interesting. Now let's make it the next 50. That's where the biggest bottleneck is. You know, if you want to raise and put in real commercial challenging projects, challenging hardware, raising between 10 and 50 million, that's the biggest bottleneck, right? That's the biggest challenge. And one of the things that I think the US in some ways is better at it than Europe at the moment is there are just a lot more funds around, and larger scale funds. So, we, 350 million, we're one of Europe's largest early stage climate funds. That's ridiculous. I think in the US last year, there were 30, 40 funds of our size or larger with a climate tech theme in them, right? Just in terms of comparison. Like, we need more people, and more people who are considerably bigger than us, to be able to actually take companies through that growth acceleration phase. And that's why we were founded. We get in early and we push companies through the growth acceleration. And one thing that, I mean, maybe when we talk about policy, the US has kind of done quite well with IRA, is you have a policy framework which allows you to see clear incentives. Everybody can really transparently see, these are the benefits. If this tech works, I've got a clear revenue stream, I can invest. I'm only taking a much smaller risk because I have a guaranteed offtake, whether that's with tax benefits or guaranteed purchase prices and the like. And that's something that we can't implement in Europe, right? Our framework is not set up to do the same thing. No. But I hope to go into, with the rest of the panel, kind of fixes and solutions to that.
Yeah, but you understood I really want to focus on the problem first. Yeah. So I'll ask each of you about this. Maybe I'll go to Jean-Christophe first, because you and I have been in many conversations recently trying to listen about where are these gaps, right? So could you play that back for us a little bit and tell us, in your opinion, what are we missing at the moment?
Okay. First of all, we're missing more of these events, I have to say, because for me personally, it is incredibly interesting to talk to some of you and hear about individual problems. And I was talking to Mr. Landia, who's here in the back of the room, who's leading a company that had venture debt investment from our side, the Mobility House, and they were talking about actually the difficulty being at the moment around liquidity, all right? And some other industries have got difficulties completely elsewhere. It can be all the way indeed from not enough equity, as you said, because Europe is still subscale. But it can also be sometimes difficulties linked to not having the ability to raise enough debt, and I mean traditional debt, by virtue of having a balance sheet which is actually too small compared to the size of the debt that you need. Actually, a typical problem of growth phase. So really, I mean, the needs are very different, and therefore an event like this is really precious. I think generally what we see, in particular in the clean tech, is that it is an industry where capital expenditure tend to be, on average, larger than in other industries, and therefore you need to mobilize potentially more capital than in other industries, and in a place where risk is not always accepted or is more difficult to be accepted. It is an issue. It is particularly an issue in the growth phase, and I have to say, and I'm here going to give you an answer which is typically driven by the public nature of the European Investment Bank. We Europeans continue to have a problem with the parts of the market where money is made. Right? Growth capital is typically associated with, this is where you make the money, this is pre-IPO, so back off, you public sector guys, you have nothing to do in there, leave it to the private sector. And actually, when you talk to the private sector, they say, well, this equity is capital, so we don't really very much like it. We want sure returns and special pension funds and others. We discussed it also with Mr. Vermouth earlier on. They don't have any de-risking mechanism, so they don't touch it. So we really kind of in between two chairs in Europe from that perspective. What we in EIB modestly have tried to do is to come up with these parts of the market, and Cleantech is one of them, and in particular in certain regions of Europe, typically outside of Germany, France, and maybe a few other large member states, to try to bring this venture debt, so typically 10 to 50 million ticket size to complement what the private sector does. But I think it's probably not going to be enough, so we need to think potentially about other solutions to bring straight debt into the Cleantech for growth phase. Mm-hmm. This is what we're thinking about at the moment.
Excellent, and we'll get into these kind of ideas for solutions. Maybe on to you, Margrethe. So as I introduced, EIF is the largest funder of Cleantech funds in Europe. So we'd love to hear your perspective on how you see this market and potential gaps.
Thanks a lot. I have to refer now something what I heard yesterday from Donald O'Ryan, who is sitting over there. And it was a very nice saying when he said that we had to focus from the valley of death to climb the Everest of scalability. I found it wonderful, because it's really climbing the Everest of scalability and how to do it. And there are many ways of facilitating this climbing up the Everest of scalability. Now, I like the optimism where you say that we should no longer look so much into the early stage, but we shall not forget that the European Union consists of 27 member states, and we still are fragmented. We still have regions and areas where even early stage is not yet that developed. Mm-hmm. Even the legal framework, regulatory framework, and so on. So we still have some work to do there as well, but it's across all sectors. It's not only Cleantech. On Cleantech, certainly the biggest problem, what you said, is first to attract other private sector investors like pension funds and insurance companies. Here, Jean-Christophe already alluded to some solutions if we find de-risking capabilities. And then, of course, to find and, let's say, find the creative people who now in European Union have enough courage to go for the bigger solutions, so bigger venture capital funds. And this is what we need. We need funds who can invest at scale into all these wonderful Cleantech companies we are having a lot in Europe.
Excellent. And no, I don't want to jump into solutions now, but excellent setup. Stéphane, we'll wrap up this intro round with you. I don't know how early you came to the event, but there's been a lot of discussion about the Innovation Fund today. I think very positive on the concept, a lot of feedback on the implementation. You obviously represent formerly the Innovation Fund and now DG Clima more broadly. How do you want to complete this picture?
Yes, thank you for the invitation, and I've heard about the comments this morning as well. Well, perhaps the first comment, because I was listening also earlier today to some of the very interesting inventions and innovations that are going on, and made me think that 20 years ago I joined the climate unit in DG Environment when we were starting to discuss how can we integrate the price of CO2 into the economic system, because we thought that's a way to incentivize all the massive innovations that we will need. And to see it happening today and to see that the race is on is really great. When we set up the Innovation Fund a couple of years ago, it was very much from the idea that you were also referring to, was the fact that in Europe we are great at research, we have good researchers, we have great innovations, but we're not always that good in actually bringing it to market. And that was a bit where we thought that we could make a difference with actually bringing it from lab to fab. So the Innovation Fund is trying to focus on that step towards first of a kind, second of a kind, third of a kind demonstration, and really think about also commercial operations. So it does have the possibility to actually also pay for OPEX. It has a very broad scope, because we know, of course, how in all the different fields, there's a lot of hard to decarbonize sectors. We have the energy-intensive sectors. the chemical industry, the steel industry, the cement industry, very hard to decarbonize, all of them. We've also got in the scope innovative renewables, storage, so that means hydrogen batteries is part of our scope. And something that is less known, but is getting to the forefront now, is actually that we can go into manufacturing. We have a few projects, for instance, on solar manufacturing that we are already funding, and that is getting more into the picture as well now. Now, in terms of what we are seeing, well, we're still, I would say, a new kid on the block. We are very large, of course, because we are funded with 530 million allowances over 10 years until 2030. So the size is big, and we can do big projects, which I think in some of these sectors is really needed. But in the 2 years that we exist, we already see new things coming up. I think one of them is that the Fit for 55, it means a massive acceleration. The Fit for 55, what changes in the ETS, we go from 42% in 2030, minus 42 to 62. Which means that we need much faster deployment of renewables. We need more solutions. We also need faster decarbonization in industry. The free allocation will be reduced faster. And that will mean that when we thought perhaps a couple of years ago, we've got 10 years to innovate in order to deploy after 2030, some of these hard to decarbonize sectors, that will have to come sooner. A second thing, faster, simpler, also means that we are looking for better ways. And one of the innovations we have now after the political deal in the ETS is that we are not only focusing on, first of a kind, second of a kind demonstration, we are really going towards early deployment, acceleration of early deployment, and we can do that through competitive bidding. Competitive bidding means that we can organize an auction, and the first thing we are thinking about is, in the context of the Hydrogen Bank, organize competitive bidding European-wide on hydrogen production.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll ask you again about solutions very soon, but just so that we can play back the argument of this morning, the questions were around accessibility of this fund to clean tech companies very clearly. It was about how it is very easy for the large industrials to access the innovation fund, much, much harder for the clean tech companies and startups and scale-ups in various sectors because of financial maturity criteria, because of application, complexity, et cetera, et cetera. But we'll come back to that. So let's start to talk about fixes. And I'd really like to differentiate between what can be done in the next few months, understanding the urgency of getting our competitiveness back. And then we can talk about longer term, what is the system that we need to put together to really kind of have a boom by 2030. But next few months, maybe I'll start with you, Jean-Christophe. What are a couple of instruments or a couple of ideas that you think could really get done in a relatively short time frame to help this community scale?
Okay. So let's look at an example of where things went right, and then let's see how we try to replicate this. And the example that I personally like to take, and is an example probably familiar to a number of you, is the example of Northvolt. Right? So Northvolt, we actually were confronted here with entrepreneurs who had experience in the battery sector, who were coming with a slightly different twist to the technology. You could say potentially TRL 6, 7, something like this, and who had this idea of building the first gigafactory in Europe. So how did we go? Well, they got indeed a bit of equity financing, brought some equity themselves, but very quickly thereafter, they needed a demo plant. So we, together with the European Commission and one of the previous facilities powered by the EU budget, we provided a super at-risk finance, which is called in our jargon impact finance. So it's basically you finance an asset and you accept that the risk that you take exceeds the return that you can legitimately expect. So there is this biased relationship between risk and return, which is normally not what the bankers accept, by the way, and we don't accept it when we do it with our own funds. But therefore, we mobilize we mobilized the EU budget, and that's actually really to the point of where I want to come is one of the solutions. And we financed the demo plant, and we put 50 million euros in it. And once the demo plant was done, then indeed we came with the big guns, and we set up a non-recourse project finance structure for around 3 billion euros for their first phase, where we were the cornerstone investor and the structure of that deal. So I'm not saying that every case is a case of a multi-billion euro business, right? But if you think about scaling up, then for sure we need more of these cases, right? So what is the secret here, at least in my view, what has worked well, is that we have used the public money where it was really required to leverage it to its maximum extent. So it's not always a case of giving subsidies, right? It's not always a case of giving loans. It's very often a case of a shade of grey between, you know, the early subsidies, and I'm really, really happy, and I want to say, you know, well done for the Innovation Fund, because what these guys are doing is amazing, and I understand the question of accessibility, but it's really amazing that the European Union has actually added that mechanism where you can either receive grants or an equity investment, depending on where your business is. So it's really starting there and going all the way up to getting regular debt where you know, we accept to take some merchant risk. So so what do we need to do now in the short term? We need to convince regions, member states that are sitting on a pile of money, right? This recovery resilience facility, frankly, not all the money is going to get spent on there. We have to convince them to set up more of such instruments as the impact finance, where we can actually accept to take skewed return for Cleantech, where the risk that we take on individual financing operations is actually exceeding the return that we expect from it. I think that to me is one of the things, and it can be going about de-risking instruments, it can be about skewed risk-return mechanisms, but this is really where we need to work, I think, if we want to scale it up.
Margaret or Craig, what do you want to add to that picture? Who wants to take it first?
Well, I'll keep it brief. In terms of short term, I think what you've identified in terms of what points is the finance industry not willing to take the risk, or where is there not enough capital that is willing to take risky investments. So we've kind of identified both. Not enough capital that's willing to take risky investments, so VCs, not enough capital there, but that's a longer term problem. And we have some ideas about how you could potentially leverage the finance industry in there. But shorter term, exactly the point where you identified, where were the banks, where were the financial institutions not willing to take the risk, right? That early stage risk with regards to capital deployed, that you know if it's successful, leverages all of the rest. So kind of going into the Innovation Fund, that sort of, you get in early, you're willing to take the risk. There's, you know, either very soft commercial terms or it's a grant, but with the clear knowledge that if that is successful, if that is successfully deployed, it will allow all sorts of other finance to be able to go in. And the speed at which that can be deployed and accessed is fundamentally important. So short term, making that as easy and as quick to get in and deploy is fundamentally important, because if you can't deploy it quickly, it's completely irrelevant. And not to be mean to EIB here, we discussed with a company several years ago about getting debt financing into a very successful German company. A few of you here will probably know which one. It took us 18 months to have a discussion, and we ended up not using it. And we had 2 equity financing rounds during that time.
Point taken. We're slow.
Right?
And just on another topic, which is funding for funds like yourself, are you seeing quick win opportunities, for instance, to get, I don't know, insurances, banks, and others on board?
So the biggest issue, less short term, I mean, a lot of these companies are really interested, a lot of the big insurance and finance companies are interested in impact, and they're interested in sustainability. However, in venture, they can't deploy capital. All of these big funds typically won't get out of bed for less than 100 million deployed, but they don't want to hold more than 10, maybe max 15% of a fund. Okay, that means you have to be a minimum of 750 million to $1 billion, of which there are no funds, right? So if you want to try and, I think one of the things that EIF can potentially facilitate here is those sort of funds that are interested in doing that, they can aggregate that and deploy that as a real capital, non-governmental, but real capital deployed into venture. Because they can aggregate across multiple funds and they can do the legwork with regards to, we got a 50 million deployment. If that came alongside, 6 insurance companies, also an additional 50 million, or 100 million, then that actually leverages it and means that we can deploy capital a lot faster. That's a medium-term solution. Doing that short-term, I think, will be a challenge. But maybe I'm wrong.
Well, it's a question for Margrethe. I mean, is this something that the EIF could put together, basically channeling, big institutional money into some of these funds?
Now, the EIF is, of course, doing it also already partially. We have our umbrella funds, and we are raising our newest sustainability umbrella fund. So partially we are doing this. We are attracting private investors. However, here I think I would like to add one more component into this puzzle of giving downside protection, de-risking, and scaling up. And it's about skills, because many of the pension funds and insurance companies do not have the skills to assess investment. So how can we make this kind of this type of topics come together, and that we de-risk, we give downside protection, we can find the skills to assess the proposals, and then we can come into the investments in the end.
And oftentimes, I think in these, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But at these big institutionals, they don't even have big enough teams, right, to look at relatively small funds, right? So, but I guess, again, that expertise is sitting within EIF, right? So there's potentially a kind of intermediation. Yeah. Great.
Interesting future role.
I can give you a few names.
Stefan, how do you want to contribute to this picture of potentially short-term fixes, be that on the innovation fund or other mechanisms?
One of the things we're doing now, actually, in the innovation fund, because we did see, for instance, that a lot of the projects were about, large-scale commercial projects by incumbents, is that within the latest third large-scale call, we have also, in the context of Repower EU, developed a number of different topics, and one of them is actually that a topic which we called mid-sized pilots. And when you look at the innovation chain, we would actually put that a bit earlier in the innovation chain, in the sense that it's really about, and we hope that we can reach out more to startups and scale-ups, companies who have to demonstrate their technology at the pilot phase, that want to optimize their process on their products, that would be a topic that fits more there. So that is competition between those kinds of projects and not within the big pot. But there's a specific budget foreseen now of 300 million euros with a maximum size of 40 million. So that we hope that in that context we could find more innovative, more breakthrough solutions that we could fund.
And that call is open until March?
16th of March.
March 16th, okay. For the startups and scale-ups in the room, anyone applying or anyone thinking about applying to the mid-size pilot? Or maybe this is a call, actually, to let you know it's open until March 16th. It's called the mid-size pilots call in the Innovation Fund.
Maximum funding of 40 million.
Okay. And on the question of accessibility and maybe also the criteria for financial maturity that a few of the companies raised, any ideas on that side?
On accessibility, we are trying to continue to increase our efforts. Also, we know that the process is heavy, but to work through info days, we have national contact points now in each member state, which we also, from our side, have to train a bit, but we try to set up focal points in each country so that there can already be a first set of help on that side. We do have, during the calls, a help desk where we get numerous amounts of questions, where we try to answer together, of course, with the executive agency as soon as possible on specific questions on the calls. So those are all different instruments that we try to increase the accessibility. Of course, we also work actually with the European Investment Bank on project development assistance. Now, for the moment, this is after the call has been closed and after evaluation, if certain projects are considered actually of high quality, but not yet good enough because, well, our budgets are limited and they couldn't make it until the very best, that we could give them, that the EIB could help them further in improving the maturity of the project. So these are a number of initiatives we are taking to try and do that.
Sounds good. Okay, so if we now move to 2-3 years out and ask you a bit about your wish list for instruments or specific funding pockets, things that you think would be most helpful that maybe don't really look feasible or don't really feel like they're coming across the corner, but could be in 2 or 3 years. How would you start with that?
Yeah. I suppose we've all noticed, right, in the very troubled times that we are going through, the number of initiatives is just growing by the minute. We have all of these acts coming on one to the other, and then new instruments and everything. So, I think we should be careful in not demultiplying, the number of instruments and programs too much, and make sure that those that we have are working. But still, I would say I would like to see more money going to Cleantech, more money being diverted from other programs onto Cleantech. I think that is going to be required for a start. I know that it's very difficult to prioritize, especially at political level. Everything is always important. We need to convince that. And in that, for the bit that we help manage indeed, to see more venture debt deals coming through. So we are at the moment on a cruising speed of 300 to 500 million euros of investments every year. And I hope that, by the end, in 2 to 3 years' time, we will have agreed to have a number of top-ups in order to bring this investment up to 600-700 million a year, and especially on Cleantech. And I would like to have the possibility, at least as one of the financiers contributors to the Cleantech to do some larger scale financing, so between 50 and 100 million ticket sizes on companies that on the cash flow basis. So with the intent of a non-recourse financing, but financing on balance sheet. So if we already managed to do that, as far as we are concerned, wouldn't be bad.
Sounds good. Margarita, do you want to go next?
I have a long list.
Please. We'll take it.
In order to find solutions, we need the whole population behind this. And Cleantech is about us all. So I would like to see more women in Cleantech. I would like to see more women entrepreneurs. I would like to see more women as investors. So this is my wish first. Second wish list is that I'm very happy that there are countries like Germany and France who are coming up in a couple of weeks with a wonderful announcement about a new initiative, which is called the European Tech Champions Initiative, and which is indeed focusing at the scale-up financing later stage. But where I have a concern, because in the EIF we are then managing it and implementing it, but indeed we don't see the venture capital out there that are big enough who would be our, let's say, counterparts. So if I have a wish, I would like to wish that you all, when you talk to your partners in your countries, that you go and talk about this initiative and that you encourage, some courageous people to create funds and become scalable and really make a big, bold, let's say, idea and put it on the market. That would be wonderful. And if I may have a third wish, and this would be really about the fact that how can we get the private sector investors in an easier manner, those that are struggling. And I think we are now in the situation where we have to be fast and simple, as some have said it. And indeed, we should now just take the guts and say, we are there. There will be some public funding available for covering the downside risk that Jean-Christophe was referring to, and then that we can combine the forces and take it from there.
Excellent. Maybe can I just come back on the fund of fund or the deep tech fund, just to give again a very precise call to this audience. What kind of funds are you looking to finance with that initiative? What kind of size?
Yes. If I now remember correctly, please bear with me, I'm new in this job. So the fund size is up to 1 billion, isn't it? Up to 1 billion. It's about deep tech, it's about artificial intelligence, it's about clean tech, it's about health and life sciences. all types of areas. And we would wish them to be able to invest around 100 million into a company. I think up to 100 million.
Okay.
No, 100, yes. About, yeah.
And then the idea indeed being that we are trying to do exactly what you said in the beginning. We want to have more 1 billion size funds in Europe compared to catch up with the States.
Right. So any billion-euro fund ideas or projects in this room, you know who to speak to. Excellent. Stefan, we'll wrap up with you. 2-3 years down the line, what should the innovation fund look like?
Well, also perhaps along with issues, but one thing that I would like to single out is what I mentioned earlier, is the idea of competitive bidding. And why do I think it can be a bit of a game changer, is that it has never been done to organize competitive bidding for new technology at the European level. We know the history of what has happened on renewable energy, which was national funding, national feed-in tariffs first, later national contracts for difference. In this sphere, if we would succeed to bring that to the European level, and this first pilot, auctions are not always a success. If we succeed in doing that in the right way, I think it can be a good example to actually bring the promotion of clean tech at the European level, where we would get investors where it makes most sense and have the competition at the European level.
Sounds good. Craig, any final ideas on this long-term
I mean, I like that particularly as a call to kind of give security to leverage additional capital into the market. So price-based, as almost an equivalent to the IRA, right? That's kind of a nice example. More capital going into first-of-a-kind projects. So basically that what you're doing on a continual basis with the ability to deploy more capital. And I want competitors who are at least 3 times the size of us.
Yeah.
I want to see half a dozen of them at least in the next couple of years.
But so just a follow-up question, because we're going back to this question of billion euros fund. Yeah. Where are they going to come from, in your opinion?
I mean, it took a new fund. I mean, we're a first-time fund, first-time team, and we've got EIF's largest commitment to an impact fund. And it took a new team to be able to go out and to have the ambition to raise 350 million. Yeah. I'd like to see some of the existing VCs step up and say, we're going to build more. And I'd like to see new teams with the right experience. We're a new team, but with the historic experience of investing. If you have that experience, build a fund, please.
All right, that'll be our closing challenge for this room. But please, everyone, join me in applauding our panel for their great contribution.
And indeed, thank you very much, Jules, for your moderating. We are now at the closing point of today's event. We're going to have a final wrapping up plenary. So it's a little bit different. I'm going to invite on stage to join me Susanna Karp, Deputy Executive Director of Cleantech for Europe. And Susanna will recap a lot of what we have discussed today, give us her highlights, her thoughts of the main thought-provoking comments that have come out. And then we will be joined on stage by 3 MEPs who have given up their time to work out how we can take those thoughts that Susanna shares further and to the next level. So, Susanna, perhaps you can grab a microphone there. Yeah. Okay. Right. So, tell me then, we started off this morning with the Executive Vice President, Margarita Vestager, telling us about how we need to have joined-up thinking. And then, of course, throughout the day, we had those great workshops dealing with the European Parliament and then our series of discussions. Was there a red thread for you that went through the day?
Well, first of all, I can share some of the feedback that I've received from many of the participants today, which is that the summit has been extremely timely. And I think this is important to really mention because, well, we have been working on the summit for a couple of months. It's the 3rd edition. Some people in this room have been working on clean tech for a decade or more. And effectively, what we've all learned today is that collaboration between investors, innovators, and policymakers is actually fruitful and can work. And we've had fantastic discussions. I want to actually quote something that was said just on the previous panel by Mr. Jean-Christophe Laloux, who called these type of exchanges to have been extremely precious. So I think this was the general thread, that we should continue to have these form of discussions as much as possible going forward. And so I think this is a bit the timeliness of it. And of course, without these sort of exchanges, what we really risk in the European Union is staying somehow behind the times. So with that, maybe I will just bring to attention one key element from the annual briefing that we also released this morning, which is that although 2022 has been an extremely difficult year in Europe, it is still the second highest year in terms of investments in clean tech in the European Union. So there are good elements to be building a EU clean tech strategy on, and so there are positive aspects that we can actually bring into our strategy and strengthen steps going forward. You did refer to the opening speech by Executive Vice President Vestager. It was indeed a fantastic speech, and I really appreciated that she did link the important momentum around clean tech to the devastating effects that we're already seeing from climate change. She also moved on to stress that due to the speed at which everything is happening, we can't afford to lose direction. And this was another thread that was repeated throughout the summit. And this is one key rationale behind us also organizing such a discussion. We wanted to use the summit to really launch and invite everyone to contribute to a EU clean tech strategy, so that indeed, as we go ahead, as we forge ahead, we have something to refer back to so we don't lose direction. The Executive Vice President talked about the European model of competitiveness as being one that has to be built on business innovation and skills, not just on subsidies. This message was echoed several times throughout the day in various forms, including when talking about the need to strategically target clean tech innovation and clean tech sectors as opposed to sort of subsidizing, let's say, industries that are contributing to climate change as they have for many decades now. She emphasized the importance of public support, but said it can't be the only factor. So public support alone can't do it all, which is why I want to also share with the panelists for the closing panel, the two MEPs here in the room, that we also saw today a public and private investors initiative coming together. So we had a partnership signed between the EIC and Cleantech for Europe that will strive to actually accelerate these discussions around investment and strategic sectors, and what can be improved. What lessons learned do we have? Don't worry, I will wrap up quickly, but we've had an afternoon full of panels, some really interesting ones. There was a panel on skills. That's where we all came to the conclusion that indeed there's a lack of an integrated skills strategy. We have yet to put our minds together and really understand how to engage with the wealth of human capital that we've got in the European Union, and how to ensure that clean tech skills will actually be available all throughout the Union and as required. Indeed, I'm very happy to wrap it here, and I look forward to this closing panel and hearing insights from the three members of the European Parliament who have now joined us.
Well, let me just ask, have you been left with an overall feeling of optimism from bringing these different communities together today?
I think that the word pan-European is, kind of, I felt that today there has been a pan-European dialogue and a pan-European optimism and a pan-European direction that we've been developing, and I think that's sort of what's feeding the optimism. And indeed, the three MEPs joining will be from 3 different countries and also 3 different political parties, and so I think this contributes to this joint mission that we're seeking to develop.
I think my key takeaway today is for next year's event to allow more networking time, because that seemed to have been something that everyone got a lot out of. But I see we have our MEPs now all in the room, so if I could please invite to the stage, we have Niels Torvalds, we have Eva Maidel, and Jakob Dalunde, please. And in a slight departure from normal situation, I'm not going to ask the questions. I'm actually going to ask Susanna to ask each of you in turn to deliver a sort of a response to some of the things we've talked about today. But Susanna, I'm going to let you steer that one.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience and also for your availability for joining us here today. I'm actually looking at Eva, and I'd like to start with a question to you, because last week you were in Davos, and Cleantech was a big theme of what was mentioned in Davos last week, and also the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, announced a really important Net Zero Industry Act there. So I'm very curious to hear from you. How do you see the continuation, the follow-up steps from our summit as well, and how you see the continuation of let's say, 2023 based on last week, based on the summary of the summit, and where are we right now, sort of in time?
So first of all, thank you very much for having me. It's great to be in a room full of champions and people that really drive that agenda forward. I hope with our work in the Parliament, at least from my perspective, I'm very little contributing to all your efforts. Up until now, I've been more involved into the tech angle of things, but more and more so, I try to learn and understand how we could get to net zero by making technology help us to achieve that. Indeed, last week at the annual meeting, I think the Cleantech discussion to a very big extent was at the heart of communication, but also at the heart of what was being presented, the pledges that were made. And I think it was very important for the European Commission to champion its plan there and to present its intentions. I'm also very happy I was part of two other pledges and understood more about what they want to achieve. One of them is the climate pledge, where a number of private companies and global companies said how they will achieve net zero by 2050, some of them even by 2040. And most importantly, the initiative that was driven forward by John Kerry, which is Giving to Amplify Earth Action, which aims to pool $3 billion per year to basically tackle climate change, but also nature loss. And I think these pledges are important, and they kind of set the goals, but what would be more important is to dwell into the details of how to get there. And I think this is exactly what you've been doing today. And these are the real important discussions, because we could really put big aims out there, but just like with the Green Deal, we've seen that we had important aims, but we kind of didn't have the funds and the means to get there. And it seems now that with the new proposal by the Commission, we'll probably put those means into an action that could deliver. So I think this is where our focus should be in the next couple of years, whether that's through public-private partnership, whether that's through a more private action and more clear goals and aims by institutions, which I think on a European level at least we are providing.
Thank you very much for that. And on the question of funding, I would actually like to turn towards Jakob Dalunde now. And indeed, we've heard news about new funding becoming available. Also, we have had discussions about how to make existing funding more targeted and more supportive of Cleantech. But nonetheless, in the European Union, we also have a EU ETS. And that in itself is actually a massive source of funding streams. And I know Jakob has been working on this policy for 2 European Parliament mandates now. And I'd like to hear from you, how do you think existing funding could be used better or targeted better to support clean tech development?
Thank you so much, Susanna, and thanks for having me here. If you ask a company about being part of the climate transition, oftentimes they reply that they prefer carrots instead of sticks. And I can see that. If somebody would ask me personally, would you like a carrot or somebody to beat you with a stick? Sure. And that logic is the same for a person, a horse, or a big company in the part of a transition. However, if you haven't noticed, carrots aren't actually free. You have to make them, pay for them, and so on. So I think the carbon pricing is a really crucial part of raising those revenues that you can then use in turn to fund the carrots. And the good thing is that oftentimes carbon pricing is a so-called Pigouvian tax, meaning that the more you increase it, you actually have societal benefits by the increasement of the tax. Other taxes might have the contrary functioning. If you raise an income tax, that might harm the workings of the labor market, for example, and there are other problems with raising a tax where sure, the way that you use the revenue can be good, but if you increase the tax, you can harm the societal, you can have negative societal impacts. But carbon pricing is the sort of silver bullet in the sense that you get both the benefits of raising the carbon price, because then you incentivize innovation, but you also gain revenues to spend on the good things. And here I think that not only is it good to increase carbon pricing in the short term, that we're finally doing with the ETS. The price of one allowance in the ETS used to be €5, basically the same cup of coffee at the airport, and now it is been hovering about 70 or 80 or 90 euros, which is getting someplace, but it's still far below, for example, the Swedish carbon tax, which is 120. And it is even lower than the Norwegian plans. And here I think it's interesting, because the Swedish carbon tax is currently the world's highest, 120. But the Norwegian government have decided to put the carbon price on a trajectory going up to 200 euros, or the equivalent of 200 euros, by 2030. And then you get the benefits of companies taking investment decisions today, knowing that the carbon price will be higher in 10 years. Then you have more certainty of investment, because you know the market conditions will be different. And this, I think, is one of the unused potential of carbon pricing. Not only increasing it and having the mechanism actually raise revenues and have an impact, but the fear of a future, even higher carbon pricing can also have effect. And here I think we are moving far too slowly with ETS.
No, sorry. I'm sorry. No.
So I think something that we could do with ETS much more is increasing the trajectory for the future and therefore create investor certainty.
Thank you very much. I'm absolutely convinced by that theory of change, and I would like to see more guarantees in the European Union that we plan to keep the carbon price on track. But that's a separate issue. And I would now like to turn to Niels and to ask if you have the impression that this sense of direction that Commissioner Vestager referred to, and that kind of us not losing sight of the future transformation, do you feel that the European Union has this sense of direction? Are we clear on what we're trying to achieve? And if not, what do we need to do to become clear on the objectives that we're trying to reach?
Well, thank you for having me, but this is a question which you should actually try to get out of the Commission. And you have a lot of different DGs there, usually fighting each other, and driving the system in very different directions. So one of the issues Jakob raised, yes, we have a very high, or we have a higher price on the ETS for the moment, being than we had 5 years ago. But at the same time, you have different organizations inside the umbrella looking with a high degree of envy on that amount of money. So what is done now in different committees in the parliament is to cannibalize the investment funds. So it's not, in situations like this, when everybody comes here to tell you the nice things, they don't tell you that actually when I go out of the door, I'm going to cannibalize part of it because I need the money for my own purposes. So if you look at the slightly longer perspective, I've been in the parliament for 11 years now. That's been 11 years of catastrophes. So I decided not to run for the next election, if there is a statistic sort of combination in the background. But what we saw in the 7 years ago was the first steps. In the previous panel, you had all the persons which we actually created, all the investment funds we created at that time. We didn't see the end result, we didn't see the ETS price, we just knew that we had to establish some sort of system to make things happen. Now we have them there. And we need to be very careful with the ETS money, because if that's hijacked, if that's cannibalized, then we won't have the resources. You see what's going on now in the States. With the new proposal from the Biden government, they are actually establishing a new competition, international competition between EU and the United States. And we have a third party out there, China, also taking part. So if we are not very careful with in which direction we are going, then somebody is going to tell us nice things, probably be elected in 24, and the result might be much worse than we would like it to be.
Thank you for referring to the geopolitical context. That is something that we have been discussing a lot today during the summit. And there has been a general tendency to gravitate towards the idea that we should aim towards, let's say, more cooperation, but also just focusing on how we can improve the functioning of the European Union so that we can move ahead and scale up innovation in a fashion that's let's say, speedier, so faster, but also simpler. So a little bit the sense has been that we need to get our own Cleantech Act together, but also trying to really understand what the moving parts are. So indeed, I think I'd like to actually open up to Eva and to Jakob to reflect on this point as well, because it's incredibly important. And I think, in a sense, as Europeans, we're having a bit of an identity, let's say, reinvention moment now, following the announcement of IRA in the US.
Yeah, indeed. I think the conversation wouldn't be in its entirety if we do not speak about the IRA to a certain extent. And financing, the part that I addressed in my first comments, is just part of the picture. But it's also about market access. And this is why I think it's important to speak about the IRA, and it's important to speak about Europe's response. I welcome very much the remarks that were made by the Commission. I think no one so far has seen anything in writing necessarily. So I think it will be important to see what would be the exact intention of this new Green Deal industrial plan or Cleantech Act, however we are going to call it. But the most important thing for me is to avoid a subsidy race in this endeavor. I would much rather like to see, us being realistic. I have just concluded part of the talks and the work on the CHIPS Act together with my colleagues in the European Parliament, where we ask for fresh funding, because such is not foreseen. So we cannot go into a new sort of act without knowing from where we could find the funding. And again, it's part of it's not the only thing, but it's part of the whole picture. And the way I see our response to the IRA is basically the delayed funding that was supposed to come with the Green Deal. But I think apart from funding, we should look for different types of incentives that we could provide for our companies, whether that's tax breaks or any other sort of incentive that could make it valuable for investors to remain in Europe or to invest in Europe. However, apart from avoiding the subsidy raise, I think it's really important that we maintain collaboration with our like-minded partners. I don't think we need to be working on this in silos. I think we need to find ways of how we could both benefit from future investment that is in clean tech. If our industries are strong, we know that to a big extent the technology has been the strength of our US partners. So if we couldn't, find ways to collaborate meaningfully enough in the previous industrial revolution, we have to make sure that in this digital revolution we do so.
I think it's really important that we don't get caught in a subsidy race for various reasons. One reason that I think is sort of under-talked about is that we have an aging population in Europe, and there will be an increasing need in the future to use our public money to fund the functioning of our societies. And the sort of American way of increasing the ambition of the green transition is quite expensive, since they use it mainly through subsidies now, and they don't have a market mechanisms like we do with carbon pricing, which is actually more efficient and it is cheaper. So I think we should be, in that sense, not to get scared of that way that the US is doing, because our way is actually better. And I think it's kind of interesting that we've always thought of the US as the sort of right-wing free market, free trade concept, and in Europe it's the opposite. But I think that right now in the green transition they are doing it wrong, and we are doing it right, in the sense that we're rather using carbon pricing and then of course using those revenues to fund funds. However, I think there might be some room to do increased diplomacy with the US and to make sure that some of the workings of the IRA could be applicable to European manufacturers, since I perceive that the main reason of the Buy American part of the IRA is not necessarily geared towards Europe, but rather geared towards China. So there might be some room for diplomacy there, and that we could do together with, especially perhaps cooperating with the US on the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Maybe we could cooperate with ETS pricing on shipping, on aviation. If we could have more of a partnership with the US, I think that could be quite fruitful on climate policy.
Thank you. I have one last question, but I would like to refer to a panel that we've had in the afternoon, which was the panel of our regional initiatives. So we had leaders of Cleantech for the Nordics, Cleantech for Baltics, Cleantech for France, and our sister initiative in Germany, joining here and discussing also with an MEP from Romania and exchanging perspectives from these different regions of Europe. And we tried to really tease out what are the various bottlenecks in these regions and what can we do to really overcome them and really build bridges and make sure that when we're writing the Europe's clean tech story, that it's actually written everywhere. So I think my question now is, if you wouldn't mind sharing from the perspective of your region, so the country that you're from, but also the broader regional dynamics, and also keeping in mind your role as European policymakers, what can be done to really strengthen regional cooperation in the European Union and also really turning our diversity into our main asset as we head for the future and draw up a EU clean tech strategy together?
I would be happy to start because some months ago I was up in Finnish Lapland looking at a mine producing things we're going to need for clean tech, which is probably slightly problematic, but that's because as soon as you speak about the mine, you speak also about problems. But we won't be able to handle those problems if we don't have a industry capable of producing the materials we're going to need for the Northvolt or whatever. The most interesting part with that visit was that the guys there were pretty self-assured. And they said, before I left, the guy say, you can tell those German industry guys that they can move their factories up to Lapland because we're going to have the clean energy. And I think they are right, because Cleantech without clean energy, you don't have it. So energy, the clean energy, which you're going to see in northern Finland and northern Sweden in the next 5 to 10 years, is going to be part of the solution. You probably know something which is called the hydrogen backbone plan. You have a map of Europe, and you have 5 different arrows going from Finland and Sweden and Norway and Spain and Bulgaria up to Germany. Why? Because Germany is now the problem with the dependency on gas. Germany is the real problematic guy, not just concerning Leopard 2 or something like that, but concerning energy. The second issue is infrastructure. If you have a bad infrastructure, you won't be able to transport the energy there. So this is just 2 building blocks, and the financial building blocks you already could listen to in the previous presentation, the previous panel. So yes, I think the building blocks are there, but when you ask me about the different regions and how they are able to cope with it, we have immense difficulties, because the regions are, if you go now to Bulgaria and start to look at the infrastructure which was built by a guy who was educated by Joseph Stalin, then you of course have a different infrastructure there. So congrats.
Oh, nothing to be congratulated on that one necessarily, but I think collaboration will be key. I think, at least I think of myself that I belong to a generation that feels more and more European, and that solutions should not be just regional or national, but they should be European. And this is why also with the RRF funds, for example, my worry is always that just one region or one government will decide on a certain solution, maybe without necessarily taking inspiration of other possible even better solutions and ideas, some that are going to be forward-looking, that are not solutions of yesterday. And I speak a little bit general in figurative terms, but I am familiar with how politics and how institutions work, and sometimes that happens. But sometimes you do have those governments and institutions that are forward-looking and that do adopt those solutions of the future. So if we could make sure that by the limited funds that there are in Europe, that they're invested in those forward-looking solutions, I think that will be a win. But collaboration between member states will be key. Collaboration internationally will be key. I mean, so many of the components that we need are not produced in Europe or cannot be found in Europe. So these are a lot of question marks that are out there of how do we tackle those dependencies and so on and so forth. And for me, the more concrete we are, the better. And this is why I think this is what you've been doing today here. And for me, it's extremely important to learn those concrete projects and see what could be possibly scalable. Because seen from abroad, going back to the annual meeting in Davos, I mean, we think Europe is the most important component, but that's not how it feels when you talk to the Indians, when you talk to the Americans, when you talk to a couple of other nations. They're like, well, you're not what you think you actually are. So we need to, exactly, we still go back to that question. So we need not an Estonian solution or a Croatian solution or a German one. We need a European solution that can scale across Europe.
So I would really like to invite you guys to come to Sweden for a study visit. Don't come right now, it's cold and dark and a ghastly place, but come in later in the spring, then it's quite nice. Since we are actually doing some of the most interesting things right now in Europe and almost even in the world in terms of the green transition in the companies that we have right now. In Northvolt doing batteries in a sustainable way. We have two great steel makers, H2 Green Steel and Hybrid, making steel with zero carbon, which is quite fascinating. But sorry? Yeah, it is fascinating. But I think don't underestimate another thing if you come to Sweden for a study visit. Study our social security system, our social insurance system, because this will be key. Since I'm a firm believer in that the green transition will create new jobs, but there will also be people losing their jobs. And it won't be the same person losing their job in a Polish coal mine that will get the new job in a Danish windmill factory. And if we don't have good social insurance and social security policy, then people will be afraid of change. And I think one of the best things that we achieved in Sweden was not making people fear change, rather embracing change and making unprofitable companies go down the drain and take care of people, educate them, and make sure that they have trust, that there will be new companies that are more profitable, more competitive, and that they embrace that future. Come to Sweden and see also that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the very honest responses, and a lot for us to work with and to look forward to. We are done I am done with my part, so it's back over to Jennifer.
Well, thank you very much. I think it has been a very long, very full day with an awful lot to chew over and take into account. We've had a great panel here wrapping it up, drawing together, thank you, Susanna, all those thoughts through the day so that you hopefully are leaving here with a sense of optimism. We started this morning saying that perhaps we need more in terms of scale up, and I said that's not necessarily a cause for depression or for despair, because that does mean that we haven't exhausted all the possibilities. There's still a wealth of them out there to be seized. So, as I say, it's been a long day. Everyone stretch. Can I get everyone to put up a hand? Everyone? Right. And now pat yourselves on the back. Thank you very much. There is a reception outside, so you can continue the conversations. To those of you who have been following online from all across Europe all day, thank you very much. You please keep continuing the conversation using the hashtag Cleantech for Europe. And we'll see you again next year, I hope. Okay.